in itself with foreign food. All right, let's start with, because today we'll be, giving the analysis at the same time, giving you graphics to understand where we are coming from. So let's start off with our first graphic so that you understand. Annually, it is put the estimates, what we spend when it comes to food import bill is approximately between 10 to 12 billion dollars. That's a food import bill annually. But the thing that surprises most of us when it comes to that question that we asked earlier on, that do Nigerians depend a lot on foreign food as against local food? Look at wheat, for instance. Heavy reliance on wheat. We import 95% of the wheat we use from abroad. We bring those wheat from abroad, from outside Nigeria. So invariably, it means that about 5% of wheat is what we have in this country that we can put into use. Okay, what about fish? Because before I came on the show, one of my producers was saying, but how? Come on, we have rivers, in Nigeria where at least we could harvest fish. Well, from the south side of Nigeria, especially the Niger Delta, where we ought to have fish, is being polluted as a result of oil exploration and exploitation. So from what we are seeing right now on the screen, over 50% of the fish we eat are imported. So local demand outpaces production in this particular sphere. And like we always say, when it comes to economic matters, inflation will never go away. We're not talking about, real-time inflation. We're looking at food inflation on this one. And, more than 30% of food inflation affects, households because of rising prices of goods and, of course, on commodities. So we can now say that high imports, when it comes to food now, high imports plus weak local supply will result in rising food costs. Definitely, because when you look at it, somehow we have seen over the years that most of the goods that is imported into the country when it comes to food, or not only food, even non-food items, they are expensive. Okay, when you put them vis-a-vis the local produced ones. Let's take an example of rice. We have the locally produced rice and, of course, the foreign produced rice. Because of how smooth and how clean and how good probably the imported rice seem to look, and feel, you say they're kind of expensive compared to the locally produced rice. But then again, the locally produced rice, most of them, you get to see debris in them, stones, chaffs, and what have you. Though some are trying these days, but yeah, you can't rule out some of this dirt in the locally produced rice. And so most Nigerians opt for the imported rice. All right, let's go away from that one. Let's look at Nigeria food import dependence. This is where you will get the drift of what we are talking about. Nigeria food import dependence. Now look at the bar graph in front of us right now. You look at the two colors. We have a red color, and of course we have kind of green color right here. But one thing that we ought to understand here is that food imports, as at 2024, the estimated amount we spent in 2024 on food import was $4.7 billion, not Naira now, $4.7 billion. That's the estimate on what we spent when it comes to food imports in the year 2024. What about trade, doing business, when it comes to food? Imports during this crisis period is estimated at 4.5 trillion naira. Not really good. So when you look at it, you see that the imports are showing red, which tells you that it outpaces the one that we locally produce, which is the grain. It tells you that it outnumbers, it outweighs what we produce here. So from this graph, from this slide you're watching on your screen, you could tell invariably that we consume more of imported food than the locally produced ones. But don't take my word for it. We'll go deep into all of that pretty soon. So here we conclude by saying that imports remain critical, no doubt about that, to Nigeria's food supply. Imports remain critical. Like I said earlier on, I just gave an instance of rice. What about the wheat that I talked about? Now, the wheat is something that we use for many purposes. So when it comes to food items in Nigeria, and the estimate that I gave or that we saw on the screen was saying that approximately 95% of wheat that we use today in the country is imported. So that's a heavy reliance on wheat from foreign soil, not here locally produced. So one thing that we also must understand is there are reasons for this food dependency on locally foreign produced ones. Some of the reasons or factors that we will look at as the program, today's topic progresses today, will be population growth, when you look at it vis-a-vis food production gap. Now, I mean, I know that the National Population Commission has not done the population census of late. I think as of 2025, we were still talking about conducting that census. But I can authoritatively tell you that Nigeria has outgrown the 200 million that we have pegged this nation. 200 million, we keep saying. Some are saying that more than 200 million. I can tell you for a fact, okay, this is my personal opinion. I think we are hitting the 300 million mark already as a nation when it comes to population. So when you look at the growth of population, or population growth as it is, against food production in Nigeria, there's a wide gap. This is as a result of most persons going from the rural area to the urban areas. And of course, another factor we look at, apart from the population growth, is the urban consumption patterns, which is shifting to processed foods. Now, when you get to the urban areas, definitely you'll find a lot of people who go to the shopping mall to buy more of processed foods. Now, when I say processed foods, for instance, you look at canned food items or tinned foods, and like I said, when you go to most of the shopping malls, when you look at the shelves, most of the food items you see are imported goods that dominate the shelves of this shopping mall. So that goes to tell you that most food come from outside of Nigeria. I mean, just look at what is on the screen right now. Look at the flakes, what's it called now? Canned food that I talked about earlier on. Foreign biscuits, like we have confectionaries and what have you. You see that they dominate the. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. When you consume a locally made biscuit in Nigeria and that of a foreign made produced ones, you definitely want to go for the foreign, produced biscuits, for instance, those confectionaries. So that's what we are talking about. And then you look at Nigerian farms against imported packaged foods. Now, when you look at, I know recently, I mean, when you still go to these shopping malls, you still see some locally produced food items on our shopping malls, but you see the packaging. You compare that to the foreign packaged goods or food, nobody will tell you to go for the foreign food and leave the locally produced or packaged food. So the packaging is all that matters. And our farmers, it's not like our farmers do not produce food, but they do not meet the demand when it comes to the number of people to feed, or the demand coming in from the consumers, or the packaging as well. And also billions spent importing food. When we talk about port activity, when you go to most of these ports, especially those in Lagos, you see that most of the containers that are offloading items, they are food items. Most of the items are food items that are coming into the country. And for that, Nigeria spend billions of naira importing food that we can also produce locally. So Nigeria is not full scarce. Like I said, we have people who are ready to produce food locally, agriculturally, but it is a system deficiency that we are seeing in this country. And if we can work on that, definitely we could be seeing more food locally produced and more demand for them. So if imports are filling the gap, like I said earlier on, the next question will now be, why can't local farmers meet demand? We talked about how it is that I think it was during the Buhari administration where the borders were closed or shut down in order for us to feed the nation by ourselves. We had the rice pyramid and all of that. I don't know what has happened to all of that now. We saw locally produced rice going round and, of course, meeting the demand of the Nigerian populace, but they didn't really meet the demand. That is where we'll leave it at there. But we'll still go on a break. But before we go on that break, let's quickly also tell you that let's look at the demand and supply gap when it comes to food production in Nigeria. Like I said, statistically, we are told that we are more than 200 million. Yeah, no doubt about that. That's the population. But the rapid urban food demand growth is really, really high. You know, when you put this vis-a-vis the supply, because we're looking at the demand section now, you look at rapid urban food demand growth, how it is demanded, food is demanded. I look at the population growth. Like I said, for me personally, I think we've hit the 300 million mark. But look at the population growth, or let's say over 200 million, and the demand for food. You look at it vis-a-vis the supply gap, where we see the constraints, production shortfalls, where we see low yields, limited inputs, and of course, climate challenges that reduce output. You know, when we say low yields and limited inputs, we also talk about insecurity in areas where local food production could be happening. We also look at inefficient systems like poor infrastructure, high post-harvest losses, and of course, weak markets that limit food availability. So, demand is rising faster than supply. I mean, if we say we want to look inwards, the demand is higher than the supply. All right, we'll take a breather now. When we return, we'll be looking at we'll look inside the import machine. Why why is it that the foreign goods are dominating the market? Stay with us.
Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
All right, welcome back from that pause. And of course, if you just joined us, this is Morning Market on TVM. All right, before we went on the break, I said we'll be looking at why foreign food dominates. I mean, before on the other segment, the previous segment, we saw on the shopping mall shelves how foreign foods dominate those shelves. So, one thing that we should understand is that Nigeria is not actually a country that is not blessed with natural resources. One of them, agriculture, as it is. We are blessed with, land that are not only arable, land that are very, very good for agriculture. So when we talk about food imports, it's not accidental. It's a structural thing. It's something that ought not to be. But like I said, the system is an issue. But let's look at some of the core reasons or factors why this issue of foreign food for food imports dominating the system right now. First of all, we'll look at demand outrunning supply. You know, we touched on it in the first segment. Demand outrunning or outpacing supply. Now, when you have in economics generally, where the demand is higher than the supply, then there is deficiency, there is lack, there is insufficiency of that particular thing that is being demanded. Now, in this particular sphere, we are looking at food. The locally produced food are not enough for the populace, so to speak. So, the demand for food, for instance, we talked about the issue of fish, because I know when we showed that slide that Nigeria imports 50% of the food that fish that we eat today. I know some persons will be like, but there's fish everywhere now. Well, there are some fish that we eat that are not from Nigeria. All right? I know it's surprising to you, but that's the reality of things, because the fish that we have here will not be able to go around. So we have to augment, we have to bring in to cover that deficit, so to speak, in economic terms. So that's why we say about 50% of fish that we eat are imported into the country. So, like I said, demand outpacing supply. What about wheat? Yes, we have to a level, we produce wheat in Nigeria, but you see the estimate, the analysis I gave earlier on, 95% of the wheat we use today in the country are imported. So if we had to, rely on the about 5% that we produce, it will not be enough for local consumption. So you understand. Now, under the rapid, for the demand outpacing the supply, like I said, rapid population growth is the major reason for that demand outpacing supply. Because when you have a lot of people in a small place, for instance, I'm just giving this instance now, you have a lot of people in a place where you have just a limited amount of water to go around that large number of people. Before it gets to the last person, that water will be, finished before even half of that crowd that is waiting to tap from that water will get to them. So rapid population growth is a thing that brings about demand outpacing supply. What about changing of diets? Now, I talked about wheat, right? 95% of the wheat we consume today is imported into the country. Now, for those who have health issues, especially the diabetic patients, they are told to go take wheat bread, right? So, changing of diets is as a result of that. What about noodles? Sometimes we say locally produced noodles are not even healthy to consume, so to speak. Though there was a time a certain noodle producing company, was called out that they were producing fake noodles that were affecting the health of people. Though they came out and probably withdrew that particular product or came to counter that statement. But all the same, we had issues. Then frozen foods. Talking about frozen foods, fish again will come into this particular discussion. So this is all under demand and supply. Then the next is wheat problem. Another factor why we're seeing imported food dominating our local food. Now, the climate mismatch for large-scale production of wheat is a very worrisome factor. Wheat, the condition that we have here, does not actually encourage large wheat production or large-scale production of wheat. So that is a problem. And heavy reliance on imports for flour industry is another thing. Yes, flour is another food item that we import largely from abroad. I mean, what we have here in Nigeria is not enough. Let's look at the wheat dependency crisis in Nigeria. Maybe you get to understand all that I have been talking about. This is data packed, so it's not my own analysis on this particular one. Now, Nigeria's wheat supply is overwhelmingly on imports that are imported in the country. Like I said, local production of wheat is less than 10%. If you remember, I said it's about 5%, approximately 5%. Why the imported wheat, like we talked earlier on, is from between 90 to 95%. All right. So wheat imports are projected, according to the data in front of us, says it's 4.4 million tons. All right. Now, this is very worrisome. 4.4 million tons. So Nigeria depends heavily on imported wheat. We've talked about this one. Let's go to our next factor why we have imported food dominating the Nigerian market. Cost advantage of imports is another factor that should be looked into. Now, global economies of scale is on one hand, then subsidized agriculture in exporting countries is another hand. Now, when we talk about cost advantage of imports, was it a couple of days ago, or was it yesterday? We're talking about the comparative advantage of Nigeria, and we're asking, what is it? Anyway, let's not go into all of that. But global economies of scale has made it very difficult for us to have more of locally produced food that will compete with the imported food, so to speak. Now, because of the way agricultural produce are subsidized, it invariably means that anyway, this is just trying to help the locally produced ones for exportation purposes. So even the few that we have, that we are producing, that is supposed to feed the nation, we are even exporting them. All right? So this is what this is all about. Let's look at the food import drivers of the economy, where we'll talk about, we've already talked about some of them. Population growth. Yeah. This is one of the driving factors, population growth, where we have a rising population increases demand for food, like I said earlier on. There's no way that you have, for instance, let's take an instance of the Warri metropolis. Let's assume that as at 2024, the population in this city was about 4 million people. As at 2025, it rose, I'm just assuming now, that it rose to from 4 million to about 6 million. Now, the demand for some certain things in the city will increase. Those who are producing those certain things will fall short of supply. All right. So this is, I just brought that angle so that you understand this population growth. So when there's a rising population, this brings about increase in demand for food. So these are some of the drivers or the factors that are fueling Nigeria's reliance on food imports, where the population growth increases, the locally produced food do not meet the demand of that population. What about FX dependency? Now, the FX dependency is all about the foreign exchange. Now, Nigeria relies so much on foreign exchange to pay for imports. So when we import food, we tend to pay pay for these imported foods via the foreign exchange. And the foreign exchange, when your currency is put vis-a-vis with the exchange currency, in this particular sense, the dollar, you look at how it is. I mean, when you bring in your food, for instance, I'm trying to make this as simple as I can. When you bring in your food into the country, you want to ensure that it would not be something that will put a lot of hole in the pocket. Now, even if it does put a lot of hole in our pockets, Nigerians, from what we have seen over the years, tend to rely or depend wholly or so much on these foreign goods or foreign foods than even our locally produced food. I gave an instance of rice. I gave an instance of wheat. Your rice, for instance, locally produced ones, most of them, we have stones and chaffs. You have to do a lot of picking, selecting, the chaffs from the rice itself before you could eat. I've been to some places, not a restaurant. I've been to homes where I was served rice and I chewed stone. It wasn't funny. All right. But for the foreign or the imported rice, you can just chew and you can even swallow, and that you're rest assured that there's nothing you should be afraid of. All right. Another driver that we'll look at is cheap global supply. Now, when it comes to some food items, it is expected that the supply of those goods is cheap. Now, surplus global supply keeps prices low. Yes, so when you have a lot of supply coming in, you want to look at it for those who do international business or international trade. You get to understand when we say cheap global supply. Now, when you have a lot of supply coming or surplus global supply coming in, there tend to be prices coming down, maybe as a result of discounts with the volume of what you are importing and all of that. But in the local market or for the local producers, it's not like that. We those kind of things. So yeah, one of the driving factors here again, or the key factors fueling Nigeria's reliance on food imports, is as a result of surplus global supply, prices coming down. And then lastly but not the least is the processing advantage. Now, imported input actually supports local food manufacturing. Okay? In other words, you could import machineries from abroad, to support your local food production. For instance, those who are into mechanized farming, those tractors and machineries that you use, or machines that you use in your mechanized farming, those materials or those machines are imported from abroad. So processing advantage, not a problem when it comes to relying on some of the food imports that we have. All right, let's go away from that one. And another thing that we'll look at is the supply chain efficiency. Now, imported goods, I like you to understand, arrive processed. Okay, I don't think there is any imported good that comes fresh. If it's coming fresh, it has to be frozen. Okay, so it's all part of being processed. They are processed, they are packaged, and they are ready. That's for imported goods or food What about the locally produced foods? Are they processed? Are they packaged? Are they ready? So these are some of the things. For the imported food, you see the supply chain efficiency, very, very efficient when the supply is ready. They are well packaged. I mean, only the packaging alone, for instance, would even want you to buy more of such, and then they are processed. Like I talked about the green beans and what have you that we have seen. But let's look at bread, the producing of bread, or bread economy in Nigeria. This will give you another understanding or picture of what we are talking about. Now, we have wheat that is imported, taken to the flour mill, where it is processed by large-scale flour mills across the country, and then taken to bakeries, where the flour is turned into bread and other baked goods, in thousands of bakeries nationwide, and then taken to the different places where there's a daily consumption chain. You look at bread, it's a daily staple consumed by millions of Nigerian households. So you could say that bread is locally produced, but how did it all start? It came from somewhere, the wheat imported into the country, processed into large scale for flour mills, taken to bakeries where they are made into bread, and then taken to households. So this is the impact of bread economy. Now we have bread value chain. Before we go on a break quickly, we could see the flow, which we just saw again, from import to flour mills to bakeries to consumers. So millions of jobs depend on this chain. So you could see what the foreign or the imported food could also do for the economy. So imports are not just competition, they are embedded in Nigeria's food system. It's not going to go away. But while imports scale efficiently, which we've pointed out now, local farmers are operating in a completely different reality. And that's what we'll be looking at in the next segment, the farmer's reality. We will be looking at the high cost and the low returns after this break. Stay with us.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. A trusted name in the oil and gas industry, proudly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission since the year 2000. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our head office is strategically located at 43 Airport Road, Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. At Dursag, our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, both local and highly trained expatriate personnel, engineering services across civil, electrical, instrumentation, and mechanical works, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. We are proud partners to some of the industry's leading players, including NNPC and its subsidiaries, Seplat Petroleum, First Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited, ND Western, Saipem Contracting Nigeria Limited, and Lee Engineering and Construction, among others. Over the years, we have successfully executed manpower, EPC, and marine support projects with a strong record of excellence. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
All right, thank you for being with us and of course staying with us. But in case you just joined us, this is Money on Market on TVM. And today we are looking at food imports against local farmers. And we're asking, when it comes to this, who is winning? Is it the food imports or the local farmers' input? All right, before we went on the break, we said we'll be looking at the farmers' reality. And yes, we subheaded it to high cost and low returns. Probably we'll say why the farmers are not meeting the demand of the consumers. For millions of Nigerians, by the way, when it comes to farming, the issue is not demand. It is about survival. Now, remember I said something about not meeting the demand of the growth of the population, probably because the farmers or the locally produced food items would not meet the demand of these people. But the farmers are saying, no, it's not about demand. We can demand. I mean, we can supply rather, but it's not about supplying. It's not about demand from the people. It's about surviving. Okay, so let's take a deep dive into all of this. We'll look at the reasons they are saying this. Number one, which is very, very important and is key in what is happening in Nigeria today, insecurity. Now, the farming regions in Nigeria are disrupted. And of course, this will lead to reduced output. Is that a good reason? Yes. This can affect supply of locally produced food items. I mean, for the one thing that we know of is that the Middle Belt and the northern part of Nigeria, they are great farmers, and this is where we have volatility. We have issues of insurgency, kidnapping by Boko Haram and what have you in that particular areas, and of course header farmer clash that we've reported some few years ago and is still ongoing. These are enough to bring about reduced output. Let's look at the impact of insecurity on farming vis-a-vis trying to get food to the demand of the population. Now, 1% rise in insecurity will result into crop output reduction of about 0.21%. This will bring about decrease in crop output. What about livestock? It will also bring about a decrease of about 0.31% in livestock output. What this invariably means is that insecurity directly reduces food production. That's what I've been saying, because when the farmers, they try to go to their farms and they cannot access the farm, how can they plant before they will now talk about harvesting? So it is with livestock. I mean, if you have your livestock farm, how do you want to go about that farm? And how do you want to produce to meet the demand of the population? Let's go away from this particular one. What about high input costs? You won't go away from this issue of costs, because when it comes to farming, you look at fertilizers, you look at seeds, you look at machines and what you use in driving the machines, like your fuel, which is in this aspect diesel. So mechanization is still limited. So it is still the normal local or traditional way of farming, where you see the farmer goes to the farm with axe, hoe, cutlass, shovel, and those kind of limited apparatus or tools that you could use for farming. So mechanization is still far from these people, because when it comes to the tractors or those machines that you want to use for mechanized farming, diesel. How much is diesel? How much is a liter of diesel now? About 2,000 plus or thereabouts. Okay, so insecurity and then the high input costs that the farmers will have to incur. Talking about seeds, they have to buy good seeds, okay? And of course, they have to go for fertilizers, and these are expensive. Even when they say the government is giving them grants or giving them loans for all of these, we're not still seeing them. Even if they come through, what about insecurity? Then the third reason why farmers are saying that, you know what, it's all about survival, it's not about demand, is the post-harvest losses. Now, up to 30 to 40% of produce are lost. Okay, about 30 to 40% of produce are lost, and that's in millions of tons of food production, of food produce. Okay, now when you look at the economic aspect of it, you are looking at about from 3.5 to about 5 trillion naira of goods, of food items, you know, being thrown out like that. So another thing you have to look at as a result of food lost, money lost, and future at risk is the poor storage and logistics. Poor storage and logistics. When we have post-harvest losses as a result of, you know, because we're looking at the post-harvest losses now, this is as a result of where you begin to see your food items getting spoiled. Probably for you to move these items, you know, to where they are being demanded, insecurity issues come up, and then before you know it, they keep losing this. So that's why I say poor storage and logistics. You have for the local farmers here in Nigeria, you know, when we talked about the imported food, remember we said they are processed, they are well packaged, and they are ready. But for these ones, there's poor storage for them to store these produce, and this will lead to a loss of because these items will spoil, like you're seeing on the screen. You know, tomatoes, pepper, your corn, you know, these are local produced, yam as well. They get spoiled as a result of low, probably poor storage facilities that they have. And now for them to even convey these items to where they are needed, it's logistics. And we talked about, you know, transport issue in relation to fuel. Fuel is expensive in Nigeria. So, you know, you could see that food loss, like I said, is between 30 to 40 million tons, which in economic terms, you are seeing that it's put out between 3.5 to about 5 trillion naira. So where food loss happens, what now happens? Where we now have food loss, when it happens, what now? We'll now be saying, what does it translate into? Let's look at the supply chain breakdown. Like I said earlier on, from the harvest stage, where we have loss of about 10 to 20% because of poor harvesting methods, delays, and feed exposure, which cause spoilage and damage. We go to storage, which I talked about earlier on, inadequate storage facilities, poor ventilation, and of course, as a result of that, you see pests coming to feed on these food produce, and that lead to heavy losses of about 20 to 30%. And then I'll talk about logistics, which is transport in this sense, poor road conditions, long delays as a result of probably the insecurity issue, and improper handling of these food produce can cause bruising and spoilage. Like you see on the diagram there, we've seen this happen countless times, where conveying this food produce from one location to the other, you could see how some of the, because you want to save cost, you use poor logistics measures, and that's what you're seeing on the screen. And then what about the processing? Outdated equipment, like I was trying to say about the transport in there. Poor quality control and wasteful practices increase losses. Now, all of these losses occur at every stage of the value chain, from the harvest stage to the storage to logistics and then to processing. All of these at every stage we incur losses, and Nigeria loses massive food after harvest. So, like I said earlier on, it's not about the demand, like what the farmer said. It's not about the demand, it's about surviving. So more food lost than we import. Okay, that's the locally food now. More local food lost than the food we import. Billions of naira lost every year as a result of these poor conditions of harvesting. And millions face hunger while food goes to waste as a result of this. Remember, we have locally produced tomato paste and foreign produced tomato paste. Now, most of the well-to-dos, from the middle class to the upper class, if we have middle class, like I used to say, they depend wholly on these imported items. Because, when you look at those pictures, those slides you saw now, who you want to depend on, you want to feed on those produce that you saw, especially the tomatoes. You don't want to do that. These are infested already with different kind of pests. And then we look at market inefficiency. There's always the issue of middlemen that capture value in our locally produced items. And that's where we're having a lot of problems, unlike the imported food, straight from abroad or wherever it's coming from outside the country, it gets into Nigeria. And of course, you know how to go about going to the mall, get your whatever you want, and then you consume. But in our local sphere, we always have middlemen coming in between, to capture value. And then farmers earn less as a result of this, while consumers pay more. So you see that the middlemen are the ones that are even making a whole lot of money in this particular aspect. So there's the market inefficiency. We're looking, like I said earlier on, the farmers are saying it's not the demand that's the problem. We can meet the demand. Really? Then what's the problem? They say, look, it's all about surviving. It's all about survival. And look at the things they pointed out. Are they making a lot of sense? I think so. All right, let's look at another graphic before we take a break. The value chain distortion from the farm, where we have manual farming, which brings about low productivity, a lot of labor going in there, but low yield, because farmer price per kilogram, for instance, might be like 100 naira. We're talking this as an instance. You go to the middlemen, like I said, they are the ones that are making a lot of money because they just do nothing. Now, the middlemen, they put their price at 250 naira per kg. Remember, what the farmers are selling is 100 naira. Okay? Now, middlemen say 250. They are making 150 naira from a business that they did not even till the soil or even do anything. They added costs and markups in this particular one. They will say the transport, the loading, the storage, the market fees, all of these, and of course, this definitely will increase prices. And then in the markets, which is the urban market now, you see that price, will increase. The retail price will now increase, which is about almost 400% of the actual price that the farmers, pegged per kilogram, which is 100 naira. Now, the retailer is selling for 500 naira per kilogram. So you see the retail markup, higher operating costs, they will tell you, they pay for rent, for waste as well, because they cannot consume, people will not consume all of the products as a result of probably the delay from the middlemen and all of that. And then they will have to make profit, just as the middlemen will want to make profit. As a result, they will now peg their price and increase it more. That's like 200% of what they bought from the middlemen. So you can see that is a system challenge, it's a system issue, and it's causing a lot of distortion from the rural transport challenges, where we look at bad roads, high transport costs, like we said earlier on, and of course delays probably as a result of breakdown of the vehicles or insecurity matters. And then to the post-harvest losses, like we highlighted earlier on, poor storage, no cold chain, spoilage and waste, and then this brings about a loss of income. What about the lack of market power? Yes, for the small scale, no bargaining power in this particular one, and we'll take what you get. All right, so this is just the distortion. So the local farmers are not failing. All right, like I said earlier on, that's what they're saying, is they're saying that it is a system around them that is failing. So with imports rising and farmers struggling, who is actually now winning the battle? Remember, that's how we started. We're asking, food imports, local production, who is winning when it comes to food matter? We'll find out when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
All right, I'm so loving what we are doing right here, trying to enlighten and educate you on this program, Money and Market. In case you just tuned in, this is Money and Market, and we have been looking at food imports and local farmers. Who is winning? And that's where we are. We want to ask the question, who is winning? This is the verdict part of it. Who wins? Who pays? And what next? Let's look at the winner matrix for you to understand where we are coming from. Let's look at the group and of course outcome from each group. We're looking at the importers, the farmers, the consumers, and then the government angle. Yes, the government angle. We'll look at who is winning and who is not. Now, from the importers, the outcome is short-term gain. All right. For the farmers, like they said, they are struggling. And for the consumers, they are the one that pay more because even if it's the locally produced food, they pay more. You see how we, analyzed how the food items leave the farms, how it gets to the hands of the middleman, and how it gets to the retailers, and how the retailers get these food items to the consumers. And that's why we say the consumers pay more. We took example from that agricultural produce from the farm where about a kilogram of produce was pegged at 100 naira by the farmer. The middleman took it to 250 as a result of some reasons he gave. And then to the retailer, who now increased from 250 naira that he bought from the middleman to 500 naira that he now sells to the consumer. So the consumers pay more. And then the government angle, they are under pressure to see how to encourage local production and try as much as they can to stop the reliance, the heavy reliance on imported foods. So this is not a simple competition like we keep saying. It is a structural imbalance. And this imbalance is coming as a result of what the government is doing and not doing. Now, remember, when we allow food imports to dominate the arena as it is, then it now looks like the country is now a dumping site. Let's look at the food imbalance, the graphics to make us understand the scale balance visual. Let's see. You will get to understand that there's imports. You look at the scale now, you see that the local farming, where we have, it's very light on local. We have low investment here. We have limited support coming in from the government, especially, and we have untapped potential. Now, this local farming is supposed to feed the nation. I remember a time where a one-time president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, was a military head of states. I think between 1976 to 1979 or thereabout, where he came about with the Operation Feed the Nation slogan. How it is that he introduced agriculture to the nation. Look, Nigeria is blessed with arable land, like I keep saying, fertile land, so to speak, and we have all it takes to feed this nation without importing food. Yeah, I can tell you that for sure. But insecurity and some other factors have, dealt a big blow to all of that. All right, so that's the scale of balance. Let's still go back to the scale of balance, because I just talked about the local farming where we see low investment. People don't really invest in agriculture. I don't know why this is, because this is one sector that can fetch in a lot of money, honestly speaking. Now let's look at the imports. You can see, first of all, before I talk about the imports, from this graph, this picture you're seeing on your screen, a local farm, you can see fresh agricultural produce right there, and it is drawing my attention more than the pictures or the food items on the imports angle. I could see fresh food items, and man, I love fresh items. All right, so we go to the imports aspect, where we see processed foods items now, and you could see the imported rice, imported tomatoes, vegetable oil, wheat, frozen chicken that is imported, of course, milk powder. Now, these are capital outflow, and they are capital intensive, no doubt about that. Dependency is high on this particular aspect. Like I said, most of the high class and the middle class, they rely heavily on these ones. And of course, local diets at risk. Local diets at risk. Now, when we say local diets at risk, more people are going for these processed food than the natural food. Now, the natural food will always give you, will improve your health, so to speak. But we've been told by medical experts that processed foods are not the way to go if you want to keep healthy. But let's leave all that one for the medical experts. We're looking at the food system imbalance. So we see an unbalanced food system in Nigeria. Let's now break it down from the importers aspect. Now, remember, we're asking who is winning. Is it the imported food items, which is the importer? Is it the local farmers who are the producers, the local producers? Or is it the consumers that are winning this particular stance? Let's start from the importers. The importers, like I said, they are short-term winners. They are advantageous. But in the short term, they control the supply chains. Talking about the importers, they meet urban demand, no doubt about that, because the urban demand is massive, and because we import these things, they meet the demand. The benefit from consistent demand for the importers, they benefit from consistent demand. Whatever price they put there, the consumers will always pay, right? What about, so we're analyzing now, we're looking at the winners matrix now. The importers, like I said, their position is that they are short-term winners. All right. For the local farmers, they have limited productivity. By the way, they are under pressure. So structurally, they are weak. Okay? So they have limited productivity as a result of the factors that we pointed out some time ago. They have high risks and low margins for profit. Remember the instance I gave of producing a particular item from the farm for 100 naira per kg, and how it is that the retailer are the ones making a lot of profit, but for the farmers, just low margins, so to speak. So structurally, they are under pressure and they are weak, the farmers, when it comes to the winner matrix. What about the consumers? The consumers are the vulnerable ones here. They pay higher prices regardless of where this product is coming from, whether it is imported food item or locally produced food item. So regardless of where the food is coming from, the consumers, they pay high prices. They also are vulnerable to FX shocks and shortages, where we have the Naira, the currency, whether it improves or, does not improve. That shock is affected by the consumer because it's narrowed down to the purchasing value or power of the consumer, right? And then they're also vulnerable to shortages. So where there are shortages, especially when it comes to the farmers not meeting the demand of the consumers, we have to face it. And of course, like I said, they are the ultimate losers. Talking about the consumers, they are the ones that spend a whole lot of money. They are the ones that face a lot of shocks economically and otherwise. What about the governments? The governments are caught in between, balancing food security against economic stability. So the winner matrix here, the winner here are the importers, those who import the food. Though it's short-term advantage, but they are the ones that are winning. The farmers, they're not making enough. Like I said earlier on, they are barely surviving. They are barely surviving. All right, so winner matrix again. Like I said, importers, short-term advantage, farmers structurally weak, and all of that. But what about the cost of dependence? Let's look at the cost of dependence. You look at the rising pressures, falling self-reliance, and of course, greater vulnerability in the cost of dependence here. We'll look at the FX pressure, the food inflation, local production, and of course, import reliance. Now, the vis-a-vis, let's look at food FX pressure. The FX pressure is going up. Okay, this is a multi-metric dashboard, by the way. I know some of you are getting it like, what is Fred doing today? I thought he said this is a program that is for even the market people. Yes, that's why I'm explaining the graphs that you're seeing on your screen right now. For FX pressure, which is the foreign exchange, we are saying that as against the same period for maybe 2025, we see the FX pressure going up with about 28.6%. Yes, the local currency has weakened significantly, no doubt about that, increasing the cost of imports and debt servicing. So, like I said, the pressure on the currency is going up because the local currency is weakened. The foreign exchange will definitely be higher. All right, so let's go to food inflation. We've talked about this one before. As the same period as the FX pressure, the food inflation was pegged at about 19.7%. So food prices continue to rise, no doubt, putting pressure on household budgets and living standards. That is, if we even have a living standard anymore. So, yeah, where we have food inflation going up, then definitely it translates into consumers or the households are spending more of their income on getting food in. All right, what about local production? Because we've looked at the FX pressure, we look at foreign exchange, we looked at food inflation, we see that they are on the rise, they are moving up. What about the local production? Now, this affects local production. Local production is definitely declining from what we're seeing on the screen is declining, is coming down. Instead of production to be going up, it's coming down. For the same period, we are seeing that it's estimated at about a loss of 14.3%. So it's declining by that 14.3%, reducing supply, that is not meeting the demand of the consumers, and of course bringing about reduction in jobs and economic resilience. Now, what about import reliance? You see where we are, what we're talking about? For local production, because it's not meeting the demand, and look at how it's declining by 14.3%. But for import reliance, for the imported food, look at it, increase of 22.8%. Man. Now, this goes to show that we rely more on imports to our food needs, and of course, this increases vulnerability to external shocks. So you could see that the only feature here that has a downward movement is local production. All right, so we have higher costs leading to lower living standards. Like I said, do we really have a living standard? It leads to greater vulnerability, which translates into weaker future. All right, so what's the way forward? I mean, now that we've known who the losers are, now that we know that we import more food, we consume more of imported food than the locally produced food, how do we, balance this scale? One, invest in storage and logistics. Invest in storage and logistics. Remember when we talked about how the goods are moved from one place to the other? We saw how some foods, of course, when we talked about wastes rather, we saw that one of the reasons why we're having that waste is as a result of poor storage and logistics. So we have to invest and improve in our storage capacity and in our logistics. And another thing that we can work on is to secure farming regions. Now, this is on the insecurity aspect. The government has a lot of work to do on this particular one. We have to ensure that our farms are safe for farming, for cultivation. Now, we're also, when we say we're looking forward to making things happen, we'll also look at to scale our mechanization. We cannot be doing traditional farming if we want to feed the nation, or if we want to meet the demand of the populace. And of course, another factor to take in is to adopt targeted import strategy, not blanket bans, not banning products and all of that. No, we have to target import strategy and of course adopt those strategy. Finally, on my final note here, because I'm fast spent on the program, food imports may keep markets stocked today, the imported food, but without strong local production, Nigeria risks, feeding its own people at the mercy of the global market. So once the global market shuts, for instance, then definitely we might have a lot of things to think about how we want to readjust in consuming our local produce is going to be very, very challenging. So I end by saying food security is economic security. All right, so that does it for the program today. We looked on food imports against farmers' produce. We said who is winning. We know who won on this particular topic. All right, before I leave, I just want to say that you can actually watch us on the go via our app, which is available via the Google Play Store. Yeah, you can actually download, search on Google Play Store, and you will get TVM Express, TVM app on that particular Google Play Store. And you can also reach us or follow us, or you can contact us via any of our social or digital platforms on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, TikTok, and of course on X, which is formerly Twitter. You can also reach out to us via the numbers on your screen via WhatsApp, or you can call in to tell us how you feel about our programs, and of course where you are watching us from. I'd like to say thank you for being part of the show. I remain yours sincerely, Fred O'Neill. I'll see you again for another interesting topic to discuss on. Bye for now.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hello and welcome to TVM's Metro Update. We are broadcasting live in our studio here in Warri, Delta State. I am Adesi Thompson, and these are the stories that made headlines today. We begin in Delta State. The wife of the Delta State Governor, Deaconess Tobori Oboriwori, has stepped up efforts to improve the lives of children living with autism and other special needs through a free medical outreach program. The second phase of the outreach was held at Osubi Secondary School in the Okbe Sapele Urie Federal Constituency. Our correspondent reports.
The outreach is part of the First Lady's broader healthcare and social intervention program aimed at promoting inclusion and ensuring that children living with autism and other special needs receive the healthcare, dignity, and opportunities they deserve across Delta State. Beneficiaries receive free medical consultations, healthcare education, essential medicines, 120 bags of rice, 30 wheelchairs, 3 smart boards, physiotherapy toys, educational devices, and other assistive materials. Medical experts at the event educated parents and caregivers on autism spectrum disorder, highlighting the importance of early diagnosis, regular medical care, and inclusive education. The Oboriwori called on governments, traditional institutions, faith-based organizations, healthcare professionals, and families to work together to build a more inclusive society. She reaffirmed her foundation's commitment to supporting parents and caregivers while advocating policies and partnerships that will improve the well-being of children with special needs across Delta State.
I want you to know that you are not alone. Your strength, resilience, and unwavering love for our children inspire us. The Yomata Charity Foundation will continue to stand with you, advocate for you, and work with relevant partners to ensure that children living with autism and other special needs receive care, opportunities, and dignity they deserve. I appeal to all of us to become ambassadors of inclusion. Let us reject stigma and discrimination. Let us.
A family blessed with triplets also received financial support of more than 7 million naira to help cater for the children's welfare. Beneficiaries expressed gratitude to the governor's wife for the intervention, offering prayers for her family and for continued progress and developments in Delta State.
5 police officers standing trial over the death of Ogenemine Ogidi has been denied bail by the Delta State High Court sitting in Asaba. The officers are being persecuted in connection with the killing of the young man who was arrested in Efu, Delta State, after allegedly being found with a parcel containing a pistol. The defendant made their third appearance before Justice Ndika. Our correspondent reports.
I'm going to tell you everything. Now my friend, I deceived me.
The first defendant, Police Inspector Nuhu Usman, who allegedly fired a fatal shot, is standing trial on a murder charge. The 4 other officers are facing charges of negligence for allegedly failing to prevent their colleague from using the lethal force. During proceedings, the prosecution, led by the Delta State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, requested more time to enable the police produce the case file of the 6th suspect who was arrested after the initial arraignment of the 5 officers.
Basically simple. According to the DPP, new evidence came to light, so they need to go and put their house in order. It's just sad that it somewhat affected our case. The case file getting to the prosecution, we can't speak to that because it's in the custody of the police. But I trust in the Ministry of Justice, so we hope that they are already making plans for that.
Justice Nduka declined the bail applications filed by the 4 co-defendants, ruling that the applications would be considered only after the updated case file is presented before the courts. The matter was later adjourned for further hearing.
The Federal High Court in Abuja has struck out a suit filed by Senator Ned Nwoko seeking to void the emergence of former Governor Ifeanyi Okowa as the All Progressive Congress candidate for Delta North Senatorial District. Justice Mohammed Umar upheld the defendant's argument that the suit was fundamentally defensive, as Nwoko had commenced the action through an antonym rather than in his personal capacity. The judge held that the right to challenge a party primary is personal to the aspirant and cannot be transferred through a power of antonym. He also rejected Nwoko's application to amend the originating summons. The defendants in the suit were the APC, Okowa, and the Independent National Electoral Commission. Justice Umar dismissed the suit for want of jurisdiction. The Association of Resident Doctors in Delta State University Teaching Hospital, Ogara, has appealed to the Delta State government to accelerate the completion and energization of the hospital's newly installed transformer. In a statement, the doctors stated that while they appreciate the government intervention in procuring a replacement transformer following the failure of the previous one in June, the installation process is yet to be completed. The ARD said the prolonged power challenge has impacted inpatient admissions, intensive care services, neonatal care, and dialysis, with some patients requiring referral to other facilities. The doctor appealed to Governor Sheriff Warri to prioritize the completion of the outstanding work to strengthen healthcare delivery at the teaching hospital. From Edo State comes the report that the Edo State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has arrested a couple for allegedly operating a drug warehouse in Benin City. State Commander Michel Ofunyeju stated that the warehouse, located in a residential area along Sapele Road, was raided following credible intelligence. The suspect, Christian, Chukwuka, 32, and Nneka Christian, 33, were arrested during the operation. NDLEA operatives seized 22 bags of skunk weighing 290.5 kilograms, as well as compressed blocks of Canadian loud weighing 192.67 kilograms. Yeju described the seizure as one of the most significant drug busts in the state. One of the suspects attributed his involvement to poverty and unemployment. The NDLEA stated that investigations are ongoing and the suspect will soon be charged in court. In Cross River State, days after devastating floods swept through parts of Calabar and other parts of Cross River State, many residents are struggling to recover from the destruction it left behind. Many families have been evicted from their homes and places of businesses over fear of a possible landslide as well as drowning as they make a prayer for an urgent government intervention. Affected residents say they have lost valuable properties and means of income, expressing hope that relief materials and other forms of assistance will reach them to help rebuild their lives. Our correspondent reports.
The recent flooding has exposed many infrastructural gaps in the coastal states of our nation, with many lives lost and livelihood destroyed. Here in Weber, Calabar, the capital of Cross River State, many are beginning to count their losses.
The water enter this Weber and broke the gutter, even the shop. My own self, the Wednesday I return market, 20 basin of garri is lost, 1 bag of rice, and the full bags of beans is lost. So everything is Weber is lost. Even self our compound, it don't broke the fence all. And that water entered the house. So I don't know, I beg government just try to help us for this Weber. It's too much. Because of this Weber, this big gutter is fell down. None of anything person they remove at all.
My fear is nobody here can sleep in the house. These people, they run away, they leave the house. So may government look into it. It is only the day where I just come. As I come, I stand outside there and prepare my food. You cannot see any of my family. All these people, they just come in a day. Nobody will sleep here. They just go away, because if you look at this place, in the night they can collapse all, even if it can reach the main road.
Beyond the physical destructions, health experts, Cross River State's former Commissioner for Health, Dr. Janet Ekpeyong, have warned of the growing risk of disease outbreaks in flood-affected communities.
Due to the fact that water has been contaminated, we see that there's increased cases of waterborne diseases, diarrhea diseases such as cholera, salmonellosis, dysentery, typhoid diseases, as well as malaria because of the stagnant water. After the water begins to recede, a lot of people's livelihood have been displaced. Families are not able to cater for the children, and there's also increased cases of malnutrition.
Responding to the concerns, Cross River State Governor Bassi Otu, while inspecting some affected areas, assured residents that the government has begun taking steps to cushion the impact of the disaster through welfare and other social support schemes.
We've sent out our extension officers, and some we have people on ground looking at all the pictures and the things that have to be done. Areas that we have to provide immediate intervention by way of accommodation and other things. We are still moving on that. Areas that we have to provide food immediately, we've also moving on that. So it's not just in the capital. Right all over the state, we do have people on ground now to tackle and make sure that somehow we reduce or mitigate the pains of the impact on the people.
As relief efforts continue, many flood victims in Calabar and other parts of Cross River States are hoping the government support will come quickly to.
Moving to Oyo State, the Oyo State government has launched a climate literacy and awareness program aimed at equipping teachers with knowledge to promote environmental education and climate action in schools, with over 300 educators expected to benefit. The initiative, organized by the Global Impact Sustainable Development Enterprise in partnership with the Oyo State Ministry of Education and other organizations, is designed to strengthen teachers' Understanding of Climate Change and Environmental Sustainability. Commissioner for Environment and Natural Resources, Ademola Aderinto, described teacher as the most effective channel for promoting climate awareness among children. He warned that climate change extends beyond flooding to include heat waves, land degradation, and food insecurity. Participants who complete the training will receive internationally recognized carbon literacy certificates. Oyo State is the first Nigerian state to embrace the initiative, which forms part of a 5-year continental project to train 7,000 learners across Africa by 2030. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of 26 persons into the board and management of 10 federal government agencies, naming the former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayoso as chairman of the Rural Electrification Agency. The president also appointed Major General Junaid Bidawa as chairman of the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, with Olajumoke Okoye Thomas as secretary. Other appointments include Dr. Abu Mohammed as Director General of the National Population Commission and Dr. Akinola Adeyemi as Managing Director of the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC. President Tinubu also constituted the board of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission with Dr. Abdullahi Makano Saidu as chairman and appointed Shinu Mohammed Dahiru as executive secretary of the National Commission for Mass Literacy, Adult and Non-Formal Education. The appointment takes immediate effect. The Senate has called for the suspension of Operation Safe Corridor, the government program for rehabilitating and reintegrating former Boko Haram fighters. Lawmakers expressed concern that the program allows individuals linked to atrocities to return to communities without facing persecution. The Senate argued that the policy lacks proper judicial oversight and poses risk to public safety. The program, launched in 2016 under former President Muhammadu Buhari, was designed as a pathway out of insurgency. However, the Senate maintained that surrender should not replace accountability. The Senate has urged the federal government to suspend the policy and subject all surrendered fighters to proper judicial process. The House of Representatives has begun clause-by-clause consideration of President Bola Tinubu's executive bill seeking the establishment of state police. Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, Benjamin Kalu, stated that the House would leverage the work already done by the Senate to accelerate passage. He said the executive bill has already passed first and second readings in the House. Kalu noted that the House had earlier passed its own version on June 11, but revoked that decision on July 14, following the transmission of the President's executive bill. He described the proposed state police legislation as one of President Tinubu's signature constitutional reform initiative. The committee will use the Senate-approved version of the executive bill as a working document during the clause-by-clause consideration. The Senate introduced about 8 minor amendments, which the House committee will examine and adopt when appropriate. Rabiu Kwankwaso, vice presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, has confirmed that he and presidential candidate Peter Obi signed a written agreement for Obi to serve only one four-year term if elected in 2027. Kwankwaso disclosed this in an interview, stating that the agreement provides that power will return to the North after a single 4-year tenure of Obi. He said both men signed a separate agreement with the party on the issue. When asked if he believed Obi would honor the agreement, Kwankwaso stated he had no reason to doubt the former Anambra State governor. He also said the current political circumstances supported a 4-year Southern presidency before power returns to the North. Peter Obi has previously declared he would serve only one term of 4 years if elected in 2027. The People Redemption Party has been hit by a fresh crisis following the resignation of its national vice chairman, Wolimo Olajinde Ikpe, who accused the party of lacking national relevance and pursuing a regional agenda. In his resignation letter addressed to National Chairman Dr. Akim Bamba Ahmed, Ikpe stated that the party had failed to develop into a truly national movement and is widely perceived as northern-based. He also alleged that the office of the national chairman is effectively reserved for the northern region. Ikpe disclosed that he would pursue his political ambition on another platform, with his next destination to be unveiled in due course. Neither the national chairman or the party 2027 presidential candidate, Donald Duke, has responded to the resignation at the time of this report. The federal government has set a target of raising the number of consumer credit beneficiaries to 500,000 by December, according to the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation 2026 Impact Report. The report stated that Credit Coup reached more than 300,000 beneficiaries and disbursed over 45.2 billion naira in consumer credit in the first half of the year. The corporation works with 36 active participating financial institutions and has maintained a zero non-performing loan record. Young Nigerians accounted for 46.3% of beneficiaries, while women represented 56.4%. According to the report, 36.9% of beneficiaries were accessing formal credit for the first time. The corporation focus for the remainder of 2026 include priority sectors such as mobility, digital devices, energy solution, home improvement, and life essentials. Credit Coup aimed to achieve a green portfolio worth 1 billion naira and reach 10,000 beneficiaries under its GREEN initiative before the end of the year. We'll go on a quick break. Stay tuned.
Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Welcome back. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of 26 persons into the board and management of 10 federal government agencies, naming former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose as chairman of the Rural Electrification Agency. The president also appointed Major General John Aid Bindawa as chairman of the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, with Olajumoke Okeya Thomas as secretary. Other appointments include Dr. Abu Mohammed as Director General of the National Population Commission and Dr. Akinola Adeyemi as Managing Director of the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC. President Tinubu also constituted the board of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission with Dr. Abdullahi Makano Saidu as chairman and appointed Shini Mohammed Dahiru as executive secretary of the National Commission for Mass Literacy, Adult and Non-Formal Education. The appointment takes immediate effect. Nigerian domestic gas supply rose by 24.4% to 5.1 metric tons per day in the first half of 2026, according to data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. The NDPRA data showed that gas supply to the domestic market increased from 4.1 metric tons per day recorded in the same period of 2025. The authority attributed the increase to improved infrastructure and the implementation of the domestic gas supply obligation. The report also indicated that gas supply to the power sector rose by 19% to 2.2 metric tons per day. The NMDPRA stated that the government policies are beginning to yield results and they expressed optimism that supply would continue to improve. The new policy proposal has outlined a 15-year framework to develop Nigerian steel industry and rail network aimed at reducing the country's $4 billion annual steel import bill. The Nigerian Steel and Rail Transportation Initiative proposes building 5 model steel mills across Nigerian geopolitical zones and laying 5,000 kilometers of standard major rail connecting major cities and ports. The estimated investment is 44 trillion naira. The proposal suggests using compact strip production mini mills with electric arc furnace technology fueled by scrap metal. The 5th mill, located in Delta State, would produce heavy rail steel for the proposed rail network. The initiative estimates a 20-year return of 82 trillion naira to the 100 trillion naira in steel import savings, rail revenue, and logistic efficiency gains. The Economic Community of West Africa States has reaffirmed its commitment to launching the single regional currency, the ECO, in 2027, as a key instrument of deepening regional economic integration. The decision was one of the major outcomes of the 69th Ordinary Session of the ECOWAS Authority of Head State and Government Head in Lugane, Sierra Leone. The authority declared that the ECO will initially be adopted by member states that meet the agreed convergence criteria. On security, the authority condemned attack by terrorist group and endorsed the roadmap for activating the ECOWAS Counter-Terrorism Brigade with full operational capability expected by July 2027. The statement also strongly condemned the increasing spat of banditry and kidnapping, particularly in northern Nigeria. The summit also elected Senegal President Diomaye Faye as the new chairman of the ECOWAS Authority for a 1-year term. And now in the world of sports, Belgium will part ways with the head coach Warri following the expiring of his contract at the end of this month, the Royal Belgian Football Association has confirmed. The Frenchman led the Red Devils to the quarterfinals of the 2026 World Cup, where they were defeated 2-1 by Spain. Gracia's contract, which began in February 2025, will not be extended. Sport Director Vincent Manalat stated that Gracia played a key role in restoring team cohesion and achieving a strong result, but the Federation is now preparing for a new cycle. Gracia described the decision as mutual, expressing satisfaction with his 18-month tenure. Manalat confirmed that the search for a successor is already underway as Belgium look to the next qualification cycles. And that's all on TVM's Metro update. You can follow us on our social media platform, and also you can watch us on our app accessible on Android Play Store. I am Adesi Thompson, and have a great day.
We are live at Marine Quarters here in Warri South Local Government area, and this is TVM Spotlight. How long have you been a resident in this community?
Well, I've been here for almost 40 years now.
Oh, wow.
I came to this place in 1986.
Wow, that's quite a long time.
Yeah.
That's quite a long time. So what do you have to say about Marine Quarters?
Marine Quarter, this quarter is a federal government own quarter. Okay. So when I left my secondary school, I was employed by the government. I was sent to training here. After my training, they allocated the house here for me. Okay. So I've been here since that time. And the quarter is a government owned, and we have been staying here for long. And after a time, the National Inland Waterway, that is formerly Inland Waterway, now National Inland Waterway, yeah. It was built probably because of the workers, okay. This place. So after a time, they decided to privatize it and sold it to workers and other people who work in the other part of government area.
Okay. All right. So when you say that you worked for the federal government, it's the federal government's own property, what sector of civil service were you under, or public service were you under?
Yeah, we were under the Federal Ministry of Transport, National Inland Waterway Division.
Okay.
Yeah. And from National Inland Waterway Division is now, it was Inland Waterway Division, now National Inland Waterway Division. Yeah. So, and I've worked for a period of almost 29 years before I was retired. I'm retired now. Okay. I'm staying here, yeah. And this place was sold to me by the government in form of lease.
Oh, so you had to buy it, or they were removing it from your salary?
I bought it.
Do you mind telling us the amount you bought it?
The amount they sold this place it's not that so much, because it was just a help from the government to the public. It was just a help.
Okay, all right. So I want you to tell us about the infrastructure of Marine Quarters. How is the infrastructure setting in Marine Quarters in terms of road, lights, electricity supply, and the road network and all that?
The road, formerly when this place was built, the roads were very good. But as time goes on, when population started to increase, people started to build houses around the environment, And most of the natural lane that water is supposed to flow, the bill has to cover everywhere. So the place looks somehow waterlogged. Most of the places is that time. And the federal government have been sending people to look and video it to see that they make something good. But before these things were released out, they were unable to do it. So we have been staying here, and the government, the state government, recently came to help us by tying this link road. And we still have other link road inside the quarter that they have not touched, which we also wish they should help us to do, so that to free the environment from waterlogged, because if rain fall, most of this place is flooded with water.
Okay, I was even going to go there. So when it rains, how does this place look?
It will look waterlogged, but because of the gutter they just put here now at the tide, when rain fall, the water flow into the gutter. But at the back there is another lane running through to the next street there at BIA. There is another 2 lanes. Those 2 lanes are being flooded with water. And most of the people there, they find it difficult. Some water
does not flow down.
No, it doesn't flow down to this place. So if only they can help to put gutters and they tied it just as they did here.
Oh, okay. So the places that are blocked, like you said, the gutters did not get to that point?
No, they don't get to that.
So it's
just this straight road, this link road.
Okay,
but we still have other link road running across to the other streets.
Okay, all right. Speaking about link roads, do you want to tell us where these roads connects to?
Yeah, the next lane here is inside the quarter. It runs from here to BIA Street.
BIA Street?
Yes, go straight to the back of Apostolic Church to next street known as BIA, that link to the first Marine Gate. Then there's another one next to it, the same thing, linked to BIA. But when there is rainfall, all those people usually flood of water. We can't pass through it. The people there suffered a lot also. So if that place is done, this place will be a little bit free also, because some of them, the water that's supposed to run through to the side, turn around to this place and make flood here before we make small lane here to the gutter.
Okay, all right. When it rains, we'll most likely come back here to film it, to film the environment, to see how it is when it rains. But let's talk about electricity. How is the electricity structure of this place? Do you usually have lights?
Yes, formerly when I came to this place, when I just came, there was steady light. But after some time,
like 40 years ago.
Yes, 40 years ago, there has been steady light. But after some few years, the light were not so steady because the transformer were very old. And after much struggling, we were asked to look for another transformer. In recent time, just within we here. The workers and the residents we have to struggle to get a transformer, which is the one down there now at opposite the road, because the construction of the road made them to shift it to the other side.
Okay.
And the transformer is not enough because the population has increased.
Yeah.
Because after government has leased this place, more people troop in.
Yeah.
And more houses were built, and the load that the transformer carried is too heavy. So sometimes it go off, they will repair it, and it will go. So if they can even provide us another transformer to make it 2 transformer, then it will make it good for us to be having constant light.
Okay, since we are still on light, how would you pay for your electricity bill? Is it estimated bill? Is it prepaid?
For me, I use prepaid. That's my meter, prepaid. Okay. But some people use
electricity.
This thing that estimated bill. Those who doesn't have a meter, estimated bill they use it. But I use prepaid.
Okay. So has the light been frequent lately?
It's frequent, but not all that frequent. Because though today we have light, but they took it now. Maybe in the evening they will bring it again. That's why on and off, but. it is not so that bad like before. We have a little bit now. Sometimes they will bring the light. Maybe after in the morning they will take it. In the evening they will bring it again. Okay. That's how we.
But is there light right now?
No, they have taken the light. There was light in this morning, but they have taken it.
Okay,
no light.
So you would say this light situation is quite stable?
It's not all that stable. It's not all that stable. But we are still managing it. It's a bit fair, not stable.
Okay, all right. Let's get to the security of this place. How would you say the security of Marine Quarters is?
Yes, Marine Quarter is experiencing security problem in short. Okay. I'm one of those people that goes around collecting money to pay some security people the security company brought to take care of this place because...
Do you mean civil defense?
Yes, civil defense. There is a company we contacted that used to bring people to protect this place, but due to lack of funds, and the quarter is very big, so many link road, we just have few hands for now, and because of that, we also need the help by making gates. We need enough gatehouse to 6 big gates to make this place a little bit free from people from outside in the night, because this place, so many hoodlums do come and attack and take people's property away. So that is what we are facing now. We still need more support from anywhere concerning the gates. We need some package property before you return for church. Your things has gone. It is night. Then we jump into your compound, try to take your property away. If you are not alert, like me now, they jump into my compound here. They took my pumping machine.
This is very
gas leaf that years had the back. Gas leader. They break into that my wife's store. Take a bag of rice and other things away. So all those are the things we are facing. Not only me, other people are facing it.
How recent is this?
The one they did money was about 8 months ago. That was last year, before we started to bring in the security people taking care of this place.
Okay, so so far, would you say that the civil defense operatives that the community has brought in has helped in any way?
It has helped to an extent, but not completely free the place from the mess we are experiencing before. Because we still have some places people complain how their window were vandalized. They took their phone through their window. Okay. Some people, they cut their net and take their property. Even some people, they cut their protector. They enter the house to take their things away.
Okay. All right. So what would you like to say to the local government chairman and possibly the governor?
I will want the state governor and the local government authority to assist us concerning the gate. If the gates are put in order, and just as we are trying our best to bring in to pay those security, but we find it to pay them. We need more hands because the rules are too much in the quarter, but the number of people who guided the quarter, they are not enough due to lack of finance. We cannot pay them if they bring so many people. So the few people who are used, they will be trying, but there is not enough to stop the people from totally coming to this place to vandalize. We still experience people complaining, they stole their thing here and there, but we are just trying our best. If there's any way they can still help us, like the gate mostly, they should help us, because the gate will cost a lot of money to construct those gates. I talk of millions about the gates. So that's where we, if they can help us, it will reduce the rate of stealing in this place in short. Because you cannot totally wipe out stealing.
Yeah.
If it is 80% stealing, you can reduce it to 30% or 20%.
Yeah.
It will not be every day people will be shouting, they have stolen material, that. So that is what we are trying to do now. Okay. So if they can help us with the gate issue, we need money to construct better gate to protect this place.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for having a sit out with us at TVM. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir.
I'm grateful.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Mr. Friday Ukurebo. I'm the chairman of Marine Quarter Landlord Association. I think Since 2021, I'll be on the chairman seat because of one or two issues that is bothering us here.
One or two issues?
Yes.
You've been the chairman because of some issues?
Some issues, yeah.
Are those issues for public consumption?
Issue within ourselves here, issue of within the landlord association.
Okay.
My responsibility here is to make sure the security is assured here and the place will be okay for developer to come in, and the place will be okay for those that are living here to be.
Okay.
Yes, this marine quarter before now, I think we are having some issues of flooding. Since the administration of Right Honorable Sheriff Warri, that have come to do some drainage in the marine quarter, I think there is some limit of the flooding, and it's not that finished, because we are still having the issue up till now. The flooding area, like the area that I'm standing on now, the second marine gate. The second marine gate leads to Igbeaye. Igbeaye to can go to a two-way down to Norman Deco Road. It's an accessible road, and the road have not been touched. And this place, we're supposed to have drainage at the both sides, and the road will be tied.
Is this a street? Is this supposed to be a road?
Yeah, it's a street.
This is a street.
It's a street, yes.
Okay, and
it will be flooding. It don't flow. Yeah.
Can people normally come out of their house after it rains like this?
Yes, when they are coming out, it's not easy, because when they are coming out, some people will fall travel. If you see my place now, this is my building that I'm raising now. Before now, I think some time ago, like as of last 2 years, DBS came here when the flood entered my house and destroyed some of my property. That's why I decided to remove the roof and started doing renovation. So, because when it's flooding like this, some of the apartments will be flooded, like this other one now. It will flood. The inside, water will be from inside.
It's not a new challenge that you're facing. It's a perennial challenge that happens almost every year.
I
said it's not a new challenge. It's like a yearly challenge for you.
Yes, yearly, every year.
Every year.
Yes.
Okay. Now, aside the erosion challenge, what other kind of challenge? What other problems do you have? How is the security of the place? Because I noticed that a lot of the houses are not fenced. And you spoke about making sure you provide security for the
yes.
Quarters. How has that been so far? Have you been able to?
Yes, by the special grace of God, we have been having an issue of security seriously because of the NRA junction, people coming inside here, because the place, if you look at the marine quarters, it is very open, road everywhere. So what we need to do, we make sure the security, we beef up the security. So when we are using vigilante before, I think where we see the thing is not working well, then we need to move to even Legion to support with Legion. So now, by special grace of God, we are doing our best to make sure the security challenge the things of the past.
Okay, before now, in your office as the chairman, have you reached out to any of the government authorities, maybe the local government chairman or the state government, regarding your security or flood erosion challenge that you have?
I think yes. Before now, so many of us went to their office at the Bendel Estates. We are met there sometimes.
Liaison office of the government.
That is, I think, urban development or so like that.
Oh, okay.
So we are met them. They are the one that even did this drainage. And before they did this drainage, before they tied the road, it was not easy for us, because sometimes they will say they will stop before the other school, the Alero. At the end of it, we will need to meet there at the office, discuss with them, talk to them till they manage to do it like this. And again, this Ajuria that managed to tie down. Honestly, if it's raining, so because why the drainage is not, the system is not even flowing well. If it's raining, the water will leave the drainage and flow into the road.
Okay. So now, on an average, how many houses or how many homes would you say live within the quarters?
No matter what, that we have almost no less than 800 houses here.
800
houses for now.
With multiple families?
Yes.
Okay. And
or more than safe. because let's underestimate that.
And we've been hearing about things like first marine gate, second marine gate. How many gates are there?
3 gates.
3 main gates.
Yeah, this one is second marine gate. The other one at Alero Primary School is second. That one is by third marine gate. Is third marine gate. This one is second marine gate. That one is first marine gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that road here is the first. The one here is the second.
Yes.
And the one
that side is third.
Third.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah, because you don't have this one. No bus. It don't goes through the horizontal road. When you come down from a Delta line, you come here. Yes. Second marine gate.
One of the oldest residents of this Marine Quarters Landlord Association. What do you have to say about the sanitation and the environment of this place?
Yes, the sanitation of this place is the workers, both retirees and those that are still working, that put themselves together to do the sanitary of this area. Because on every Saturday or twice in the month, thrice in the month, they come out to clean the place. But the government, before now, they come and do the sanitary of the place. For long years now, they have not been coming, but we cannot leave the place just like that. But the little we can do, not all. Otherwise, the sanitation of the place, and depend on this, what you are seeing now. Even you clear today, tomorrow rainfall, it's a different ball game. Otherwise, we are trying on our own. We need other hands, the government to assist us in a lot of things. You talk of sanitation, you talk of security. All these are what we cannot do on our own. A lot of retirees are here, good people. So we should need government to assist us to make this place a better place to live. Okay. In terms of security, it's very poor, but we don't leave the place alone. We contribute money to the place. The outlet is enormous, so we want a gate to cut some of this coming here short, so that we can have a good, like the Bendel Estate and all these things that government is handling well. So we want such a thing, and the good road, the good network road, you have to be here. We are retired civil servants from the government, and other people brought us here to live, because it's one of the peaceful place in this environment in Warri metropolitan city.
Okay. So, all right, sir. So, still speaking on the environmental sanitation of the place, what do you think should be put in? What measures do you think should be put in place to ensure that the environmental sanitation is kept in check? Because it's one thing for the government to come in and help. It's another thing for the people to also do one or two things to ensure that the place is well kept. So, aside the every Saturday coming out to do the cleaning, what do you think the community or the leaders of the community and the elders or the youths in the community can do to ensure that Marine Quarters is kept clean?
And it's to come to, like I told you, we have been coming together to do the sanitary, because we will not allow the weed to overgrow us. We have been doing it, but if government can assist us in different ways, you see, like the council, the sanitary, they're supposed to come around. The Ministry of Work, they do come here and paint. It's some of the area of sanitation too.
So
since they have not been doing it, so we are making a human effort to see that the place is neat. Otherwise, you coming here, you will not even see a place to pass.
Okay, so do you have, as leaders of the community, as leaders of these quarters rather, yes, do you have any sanctions in place for offenders that make the place dirty after it's been kept?
Like in the monthly like this, we on the last Saturday of every month, we come out to do cleaning.
Yes.
If we come to your gate, because from that 7 to 10, you must focus on the sanitary of the place. Yes. If you default, we have a fund for you. Okay. And that's what we put in place for.
And that has been active?
We have been doing it. Okay. So human being is hard to manage, yes, but we are still managing.
Of course. So the funds you recover from that, you use it for other good use in the society?
And you will use it clearing and all these things, and to make the place look like, because no extra body that has come here to help us. It's only we that is helping ourselves to make the place a better place to live.
Okay, all right.
If government assist us, we can do more of that.
Okay. Lastly, sir, is there any registered dump sites that people throw their debts at? Because it's one thing to clear your compound and you bring out the dirt. Are there registered people that come to pack the dirt to a particular dump site, or do we just leave it there and then when it rains it goes back to the gutter? Because we see that a lot in some areas. Is that how it is here? Is there a site, or are there registered persons that come to pack out the dirt when they are cleaned out?
In that case, we that is living in the environment, we pack our dirty, we keep it somewhere. Somebody will come, all these boys are pushing wheelbarrow, we pay money, they go and dump it in the site down Borikoko area. That's what we cannot leave the dirt like that. But that in the road, when they dig the gutter, they will not clear it. Then when the rain comes, it will wash it. It will wash it back to the gutter, which is not safe. But around the vicinity, we are trying our best so that we cannot leave any dirty littering on the road.
And we've spoken to some elders of the quarters, and they have told us some of the things that they are experiencing, from security to sanitation to flood to electricity and so many other things. And they have used this opportunity to call on the government and the local governments come to their aid in respect to security. They complain bitterly about the security of this environment, stating that the security is very, very porous. They complained that they're having serious security challenge. Also, as you can see, they also have sanitation challenge, and they also complained of electricity, that they have some light challenge as well. Here, and we at TVM, we came to cover it, and we hope that the government listens to their plight, and we call on the government on their behalf to listen to their plight and to grant them what it is that they need. This is Mara Samuels, and this is TVM Spotlight.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hey, my God! Look at your neighbor, say, neighbor! What's up for tonight? The sweet pass. What's up for tonight? What my people? What's up for tonight? You can come down. What's up for tonight? The sweet pass. Say, what's up for tonight? The sweet pass. What's up for tonight? The sweet pass. What's up for? Receive a song. You say, Jesus, you too much. What you've done in my life? What you've done in my life, I can't imagine. Jesus, you too much. Jesus, you too much. I don't know what's a lose, I don't know what's a lose. What you've done in my life, I can't imagine. When I think of Jesus. When I think of what you brought me from, oh Jesus.
Just see
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hello and welcome to TVM's Metro Update. We are broadcasting live from our studio in Warri, Delta State. I am Tejiri Ekewe, and these are the news making the rounds this hour. The Delta State governor has sworn in 2 new commissioners into the State Executive Council, alongside 4 new members of the Delta State Oil Producing Areas Devolution Governing Board and the Judicial Service Commission. The swearing-in ceremony took place at Government House in Asaba. Our correspondent reports.
2 new commissioners, Brave Enode and Ogodo Emokinovu, were inaugurated to replace commissioners who resigned to contest forthcoming State Assembly elections. Also sworn in was Cosmos Igbinije, who joins the Desupadec Governing Board to fill a vacancy created by another resignation linked to the same elections. 3 others, Joseph Ojobo, Chief James Obiowei, and Fonebe Edonyabo, were inaugurated as members of the Judicial Service Commission, filling positions that had remained vacant for several years. Addressing the appointees, the governor said the appointments were based on fairness, competence, and integrity.
One of the things we promised debtors is inclusive governance, and we will continue to do everything within our power to uphold that principle. I expect that these new members, together with other statutory members of the Commission, ably led by the Chief Judge of Delta State, will discharge their duties credibly, in good conscience, and with the fear of God. I assure you and all Deltans that this administration is committed to partnering with the judiciary to making our justice sector a model for other states to emulate.
Responding on behalf of the newly sworn-in officials, Commissioner Brave Enode expressed appreciation for the confidence reposed in them and pledged that they will not disappoint in the discharge of their duties. The 2 commissioners are expected to assume office immediately after the governor assigns them their respective portfolios.
Still in Delta State's governor says preparations are in top gear for its forthcoming Economic and Investment Summit, announcing that the state is ready to welcome investors from across the globe. With abundant opportunities in agriculture, energy, solid minerals, manufacturing, the blue economy, and digital innovation. The chairman of the summit's organizing committee, Dr. Kingsley Emu, speaking during a media briefing in Asaba on Wednesday, said Delta's strong economic fundamentals and investor-friendly environment position it as one of Nigeria's most attractive investment destinations. Dr. Kingsley Emu, who is a secretary to the Delta State government, disclosed that Delta is currently Nigeria's second largest state economy and has significantly diverse beyond crude oil. Dr. Emu noted that while oil contributes 28.3% of the state's gross domestic product. The non-oil sector accounts for 71.43%, driven by agriculture, real estate, trade, and manufacturing. He added that despite Delta State contributing about 30% of Nigeria's oil exports, the state was deliberately promoting sectors capable of creating massive employment for its over 6.2 million population, about 60% of whom are youths. The SSG said Delta also ranked among Nigeria's least poor states with a multidimensional poverty rate of 47%, significantly lower than the national average of 63%, reflecting improvements in education, healthcare, and living standards. Dr. Emo explained that the forthcoming summit would showcase 7 major investment sectors, including agribusiness and livestock, solid minerals and mining, energy, digital economy and innovation, blue economy, transport infrastructure, and manufacturing. He highlighted Delta's enormous agricultural potential, noting that the state occupies about 18,050 square kilometers, comprising 60% land and 40% water, making it ideal for large-scale agriculture, aquaculture, and fisheries. According to him, the state has one of the highest concentrations of fish farms in West Africa, particularly around the Ekpa and Egbokodo axis, while its 163-kilometer coastline provides enormous opportunities for commercial fishing and marine businesses. The SSG said the Governor Oboriwori's administration had constructed and rehabilitated over 23,000-kilometer lengths of roads and 1,750 kilometers width of those roads, alongside more than 20 bridges, opening up rural communities, reducing travel time, and improving access to markets and industrial clusters. Road users and residents around Refinery Road in Efrun are calling on the government to fix the deteriorating road, which has become increasingly dangerous during rainy season. Deep potholes now scar large stretches of the road, with heavy rainfall filling them with water and making navigation extremely hazardous for motorists, keke operators, and pedestrians alike. Our correspondent, Adeze, has the report.
Refinery Road in Efru, once a key arterial routine connecting residents, traders, and commuters to major destinations within the city, has become a shadow of what it used to be. What greets motorists and pedestrians today is a stretch of road riddled with deep potholes. During dry season, the road is a challenge, but with the rainy season now in full force, the situation has become significantly worse. The major bad spot stretches from Akko Avenue to the Refinery Market.
This is very, very, very bad.
Motorcyclists and keke operators, who form a large part of the daily traffic on the road, face the highest risk, often swerving dangerously to avoid the worst spots.
From A to J, that is from Refinery Junction to NNPC. Nothing good about the road. And we are pleading that the government to come to our aid, to put more effort to bring it back to the way it is before. If not, from July to August, people will not be able to pass through that road again.
This is very, very, very bad. Anytime that the rain fall, my keke just up on the water. I know people work for Refinery Roads. Would they try to government know what they are going to about to Refinery Roads? There are many people not allowed to work for Refinery because the road is very bad. Some water that people pass, there's some when rain fall, everybody they take one way, and then the one way is very risky.
The residents are calling on the government for immediate actions.
Serious concern for us, and I'm really begging the federal, both the federal and the state government, for them to look into it, because just imagine the road, and this road can lead to a very serious disaster, can lead to accidents and so many stuff. A lot of people are complaining seriously, and this road has been like this for a very long period of time now. So I'm really begging for the government to do something about it.
The government should look into the way that's using the road so that they can come and do some maintenance before the dry season. Because this particular time, I know that they cannot do any job concerning the road again because it's raining period. So when the dry season comes, the government should come and do the road. And at the same time, make sure they open the gutter so that the gutter can be flowing to the river area.
As the rainy season continues, every downpour adds another layer of damage to an already broken road. And for the thousands of residents, traders and commuters who have no choice but to use it every day, relief cannot come soon enough. Adesi Thompson, reporting for TVM.
Still in Delta State, operatives of the Delta State Police Command have foiled a suspected cult initiation ceremony allegedly organized by members of the Black Axe Confraternity in a forest within Orogun Community, Ugele North Local Government Area. The Police Public Relations Officer, SP Bright Edafe, confirmed that the operation, which took place in the early hours of Sunday, July 19, 2026, was based on credible intelligence. On citing the operatives, the suspected cultists opened fire but were repelled, forcing them to flee into adjoining forest along Abraka axis. A search of the area led to the recovery of one pump-action gun, one cut-to-size double-barrel gun, 7 live cartridges, 2 expended cartridges, 7 vehicles, 6 mobile phones, suspected cult regalia, and other personal effects. The Commissioner of Police, CP Yemi Oyeniyi, commended the operatives for their professionalism and reaffirmed the command's commitment to intelligence-led policing and fight against cultism. He also urged residents to continue providing timely and credible information to security agencies. Away from Delta State, the Edo State government has announced full accreditation of residency programs at Edo State University Teaching Hospital, Auchi, following an assessment by Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. Governor Monday Okpebolo's special advisor on media, Mr. Fred Itwa, stated that the accreditation covers the Faculty of Internal Medicine, the Faculty of Pediatrics, the Faculty of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and the Faculty of Radiology. The development ends a 15-year struggle for full accreditation of the hospital's training programs. Governor Okpebolo described the accreditation as a milestone in his administration's health reforms, affirming that it would curb medical tourism and retain medical talent in the states. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Oshomole, attributed the achievement to the governor's commitment to improving the health sector. The Chief Medical Director of the hospital, Dr. Solomon Akieru, called for continued investment in infrastructure and staffing to sustain the gains. From Cross River State comes this report that the Cross River State Governor, Basi Otu, has approved the recruitment of 40 additional medical doctors to strengthen healthcare services across the state's 17 public hospitals. The state says recruitment will include 20 medical officers, 10 senior medical officers, and 10 consultant medical specialists. Vacancies will soon be advertised, while the Cross River State Service Commission will oversee the exercise. Successful applicants will benefit from the recently approved 100% consolidated medical salary structure, known as COMIS. Officials say the improved welfare package is designed to attract and retain qualified doctors in the public health system. The government says the new recruitment will increase staffing across its hospitals, improve access to quality healthcare and support, and support ongoing efforts to strengthen healthcare delivery throughout Cross River State. The Cross River State House of Assembly has passed for second reading a bill seeking to prohibit same-sex marriages and civil unions in the state. The proposed legislation, which was sponsored by the member representing Boki Second State Constituency, Right Honorable Hilary Ekpang Bisong, gained tremendous support from supporters with 10 other legislators co-sponsoring the bill. In different segments of the bill, it seeks to prohibit the practice, recognition and solemnization of same-sex marriages and civil unions, including those contracted outside the shores of Cross River State or Nigeria. It also provided that only marriages between a man and a woman should be recognized as valid under the proposed law, while prescribing penalties for persons who either contract or promote or facilitate such unions. In his remarks, the Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Elvat Ayambem, said the Assembly has both constitutional and moral responsibility to safeguard and preserve the rights of marriage as recognized by the laws, customs, and traditions of the state. He maintained that marriage remains a union between a man and a woman, stressing that the House would continue to enact laws that reflect collective values of the people of Cross River State. Academic activities are set to resume across all campuses of the University of Cross River State, following the immediate suspension of nearly 2-month-old strike by officials of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Unicross branch. The industrial action, which began on May 19, 2026, over unresolved welfare issues and the non-implementation of various agreements, was suspended after the intervention of Governor Bassi Otu, bringing relief to thousands of students. ASU officials said the resolutions was met following a series of engagements between the representatives of the state government and the union, which resulted into the inauguration of 7-member technical committee to review staff welfare as directed by the state governor, Senator Bassi Otu. It will be recalled just that a week ago, the governor had earlier met with the university management and executive of the Students' Government Union with an assurance of transforming the institution into a citadel of learning environment for students as well as formidable working environment for staff members. On his part, the special advisor to the governor on student affairs, Joseph Kelvin Enyam, thanked the governor Otu for fulfilling his promise to resolve the crisis, which he said is fair overall benefits of the students. Moving over to Abia State, Governor Alex Oti has stated that his administration is working to revitalize the Akwete weaving industry, proposing a partnership with the First Lady to establish a world-class production hub for local weavers. Speaking during a visit by the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, to the Akwete Weaving Cooperative Society, Oti said the administration has developed a comprehensive plan to modernize the industry and remove long-standing barriers in its growth. The First Lady, who was conferred with a chieftaincy title, announced a 2 billion naira donation towards the revitalization of the industry and pledged to promote the locally woven fabric. She said she would wear Akwete fabric if her husband is re-elected. Governor Oti also commended President Tinubu's economic reforms and appealed to Nigerians to remain patient, expressing confidence that the benefits would become more evident over time. The Ebonyi State government has intensified enforcement of its ban on graduation, valedictory, and prize-giving ceremonies by deploying more than 106 surveillance and security personnel across the state's 13 local government areas. The Commissioner for Primary and Secondary Education, Donatus Eyang, directed the monitoring team to enforce the government's directive without compromise, warning that schools found violating the ban would face strict sanctions. The commissioner said the ministry is investigating more than 158 schools accused of breaching the policy. He added that principals, head teachers, and proprietors who failed to refund graduation levies collected from parents could face disciplinary action. School administrators have also been warned against moving graduation ceremonies to church premises to evade the ban. The government says only authorized ministry officials and designated security personnel are permitted to enforce the directive. The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NISA, has placed 17 states on medium flood alerts and is urging residents in vulnerable communities to evacuate immediately over the risk of localized flooding between July 21st and July 27th. NISA says rising water levels at key river monitoring stations have exceeded warning thresholds, increasing the likelihood of flooding along major river channels and floodplains. The agency identified Bauchi, Edo, Imo, Kaduna, Plateau, and Benue among the affected states. The agency warned that thousands of communities, schools, health facilities, markets, and farmlands could be impacted if water levels continue to rise. It has directed emergency agencies and state governments to begin evacuations and pre-position relief materials in vulnerable areas. NISA also urged community leaders and residents to activate local early warning systems, move valuable and livestock to safer locations, and remain alert as authorities continue to monitor river levels across the country. The Federal Road Safety Corps has impounded 39 vehicles in Kebbi State during a special enforcement operation aimed at improving road safety and reducing traffic violation. The Kebbi Sector Commander, Rukaya Zakaria, said the operation began on July 20 and is carried out across the Command 7 operational units. She said the exercise targets offenses including overloading, mixed loading, tire violation, and road hazards. The FRSC said the enforcement drive is being conducted in collaboration with the Nigeria Police Force and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps as part of a nationwide intervention to improve compliance with traffic regulations. Zakaria urged motorists to obey traffic laws, avoid speeding and overloading, and ensure their vehicles are roadworthy to help reduce road crashes and protect lives. The Adamawa State Police Command has arrested a suspect, Abubakar Musa, over alleged killing of 30-year-old Nathaniel Yusuf in Jambutu Ward, Yola North Local Government area. Police say the arrest followed a report by the victim's sister, Grace Yusuf. Officers responded to the scene, rescued the victim, and rushed him to the specialist hospital in Jimeta, where he later died while receiving treatment. Preliminary investigations indicate the victim sustained severe injuries, including fractures to both legs, his right hand, and multiple head injuries after he was allegedly assaulted with a stick. The suspect was arrested at the scene. The Commissioner of Police, Kabiru Umar Hassan, directed the state's Criminal Investigation Department to take over for further investigation and prosecution. Police say the victim's body has been deposited for an autopsy while investigations continue. The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has detained 4 officers for allegedly extorting 53,000 naira from the chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, Dr. Musa Aliyu. FCT Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi, stated that the officers abandoned their duty posts, set up an illegal checkpoint at the Banex area of Wuse, and extorted the ICPC chairman without knowing his identity. They reportedly forced him to withdraw the cash via point of sale terminal. The commissioner described the officers as criminals and said they would face dismissal and prosecution. The officers were arrested after being declared wanted. Sanusi reiterated the Inspector General of Police's directive prohibiting officers from searching citizens' mobile phones at checkpoints. A retired assistant director to the Department of State Services, Dennis Amatri, has claimed that former military head of state, General Sani Abacha, died during an intimate encounter in June 1998, dismissing long-standing claims that he was poisoned or assassinated. Amatri made the claim in his newly released memoir, DSS at 40, My Journey Behind the Shield, where he said Abacha suffered a cardiac arrest inside the Aso Rock Presidential Villa guest house. He also claimed a woman who was with the late ruler was later traced and questioned by the DSS. The retired intelligence officer said in his account, based on the investigation conducted after Abacha's death, and argued that the conspiracy theories linking the former military leader's death to poisoning or foreign involvement were not supported by evidence. Amatri said his account is intended to provide what he described as a factual record of the events surrounding Abacha's death and to encourage greater historical accuracy over one of Nigeria's most debated political episodes. We go on a quick break. Metro Updates returns shortly. Please stay tuned.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001-2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Welcome back from that quick break. We continue with more news. Now, over in business news, Nigeria has dropped to the 90th position in the latest passport index, with holders of the Nigerian passport able to travel to 44 destinations without obtaining a visa in advance. The July 2026 ranking compiled by Henley and Partners using International Air Transport Association data, assessed 199 passports based on the number of destinations accessible without a prior visa. Nigeria slipped one place from its April 2026 ranking, although its visa-free access remained unchanged. Among African countries, South Africa retained the continent's strongest passport with visa-free access to 101 destinations. Botswana, Morocco, Kenya, and Ghana also ranked ahead of Nigeria, which shares 90th position with the Democratic Republic of Congo and Turkmenistan. Globally, Singapore retained the world's most powerful passport with access to 192 destinations, while Afghanistan remained at the bottom of the index with visa-free access to just 22 destinations. The Naira recorded a slight gain against the United States dollar at the official foreign exchange markets according to figures released by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The official exchange rate stood at 1,375 naira 30 kobo to the dollar on July 21st, improving from 1,380 naira 10 kobo recorded a day earlier. The report also stated that the dollar traded at about 1,319 naira in the parallel market, despite the central bank's unified foreign exchange policy introduced in 2023. The Apex Bank maintains that all foreign exchange transactions are conducted through the investors and exporters window under a willing buyer, willing seller framework with exchange rates determined by market forces. The Central Bank of Nigeria says it's open to domiciliary accounts linked to the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council on the directive of the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, but insists the accounts were never funded or operated. The disclosure was made by the CBN's Director of Banking Services, Abdullahi Hamisu, during a House of Representatives investigation into the legal status, operations, and budgetary allocations of the controversial council. Hamisu told lawmakers that the bank received a formal directive from the Office of the Accountant General in July 2025 to open one United States dollar account and one British pound sterling account. He said both accounts remained dormant and recorded no financial transactions. The revelation comes amid conflicting claims over the existence of the PFIPC, with the presidency insisting the council does not exist under Tinubu administration, while lawmakers continue investigating its operations and the 1.3 billion naira allocated to it in the 2026 budget. The International Monetary Fund has warned that sub-Saharan Africa could miss out on the economic benefits of artificial intelligence unless governments address major gaps in electricity supply, internet access, and digital skills. In a new report, the IMF said wider AI adoption could increase the region's economic output by about 4% over the next decade. However, under current conditions, productivity gains would remain limited because of weak infrastructure, poor connectivity, and a shortage of skilled workers. The fund said unreliable electricity, low internet penetration, and limited enrollment in science and technology programs continue to hinder AI readiness across the region. It's noted that investment in AI infrastructure is growing, citing major projects in Kenya and a partnership involving Nigeria and other African countries. The IMF identified Nigeria, South Africa, and Mauritius, and Botswana and Namibia as countries with strong potential to benefit from AI, but stressed that sustained investment in power, broadband, education, and innovation is essential to prevent Africa from falling further behind in the global AI race. The Nigeria Ports Authority has announced that 26 cargo vessels carrying petroleum products, food items, and other commodities are expected to arrive at Apapa, Tinkan Island, and Lekki Deep Sea Port in Lagos between July 21st and July 26th. According to the NPA's daily shipping position, 11 of the incoming vessels are laden with containers transporting assorted goods. The remaining 15 ships are expected to deliver bulk urea, petrol, crude oil, diesel, aviation fuel, bulk wheat, fresh fish, trucks, and general cargo. The authorities also revealed that 16 ships have already arrived at 3 ports and are waiting berthing, while 25 ships are currently discharging cargoes, including bulk wheat containers, petrol, diesel, and crude oil. In a related development, NNPC retail outlets have increased the pump price of petrol to 1,270 naira per litre from 1,155 per litre in Abuja and environs. Now over in entertainment news, veteran Hollywood actor Hank Anuku has spoken out following a viral video showing him undergoing a deliverance session attributing his recent struggles to the death of his partner. In an interview, Anuku stated that the loss deeply affected his life, leading to a period of distress. He confirmed that he sought spiritual intervention to help him cope with the emotional burden. The actor, who has been in the industry for over 2 decades, expressed gratitude for the public's concern and support. He also assured fans that he is receiving the necessary care. Anuku called for privacy as he continues to heal from the personal tragedy. In the world of sports, Barcelona and Spain star Lamine Yamal has been ranked among the youngest players to win a FIFA World Cup following Spain's triumph in the 2026 tournament. Yamal, aged 19 years, is ranked among the top 5 youngest World Cup winners, behind legends including Pele, Ronaldo Nazario, and Giuseppe Bergomi. His achievement has drawn widespread praise as he cements his place in football history. And that wraps up Metro Updates. You can follow us on all our social media platforms, like, share, and subscribe. You can also watch us on the go via TVM's app available on Google Play Store. I am Tejiri Ekewe. Thanks for watching. Do have a great day ahead of you.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hello there, welcome. Welcome to today's episode on Men's Workroom, and I'm so excited to be sharing with you today on how to earn your children's trust, how to earn the trust of your children. This is a very strong need in many homes. I know many men who are depressed because they are unable to connect with their children. Last week we shared on the first point. Today we're going to be going forward. It is very important because see this. The Bible calls a man the seed bearer. The seed bearer, being a seed bearer means you're the one carrying the seed and deposit it in your wife, and then you have children. Now, being a seed bearer, it also means that you are the carrier of nations on your inside. Everything you put inside your child is going to distribute to the world, to a world that you may never see. So it is important that you pass in the right information so that the world you may never see will praise the day you came, because the day you came brought about the beauty of the things you give birth to. Amen. So Today we're going to be looking at a very strong point, and that is for you to earn your child's trust, your children's trust, you must give specific encouragement. You must give specific encouragement. Now you must get to understand that the issues of talking about encouraging your children cannot be overemphasized. It is beyond you providing money. It is beyond you just going for school parties. It is beyond you going for PTA meetings. It is beyond you buying birthday gifts. Because many times what people need is conversation. They need conversation many times more than they would need money. Or let me say it in this light, that no one replaces each other. Money does not replace conversation. Conversation does not replace money. So you have to be able to give specific encouragement. That is, if your child needs money, provide as much as you can. If your child needs money, provide as much as you can. Let them see you sacrifice for them. Let them see you make sacrifices for them. Let them see you give the attention that is required when they need attention in terms of conversation. Let them see you pray for them when they are having challenges. This is very important. So for the need that the child has, you try to meet it. If you cannot meet it directly, go all length. I remember one of our daughters was having a challenge picking the course to study in the university while she was in secondary school, and we got talking. We settled for a particular course, and she said okay. Then the next question was, Daddy, I can't do this course in Nigeria. I said, you're too young. I can't allow you to travel out of my sight within the space that I can easily reach within my country. And we had talk back and forth. And I remember that I have a friend who is an ICT expert. He lives in Ghana. I called him. I said, hey, my little girl wants to run my battery down here. I needed to have a conversation with her. And we began to talk. As he was talking over the telephone, when we're done, I was done solving the problem. Now, the wisdom didn't come from me. It came from my friend. So specific needs has to be met. Do not provide one feeling you've provided for all. If you cannot find a way, let them see that you are giving attention to their need, and it's going to build their trust. The advantage it's going to give to them is that, number one, it will encourage them to have open conversations and deepen their strength. It will also encourage them to know that they are not alone. Number three, it will encourage them to keep pursuing, especially when you can share some personal experience, maybe personal experiences that you had going through those challenges. Maybe if you've had a challenge before, share your experience, whether you made a mistake or you succeeded, share your experience. It will always help when they have a real lifetime scenario to paint, to refer to, or to stand with for a reference in addressing their issues. It will always give them hope. It will always give them hope. That's number four. It will give them hope. Then it will try to show them step by step, because by having an example, you telling them what you did, it will show them some kind of step-by-step approach to solving that same kind of problem. Now see, the experience of a father is an asset to his generation. I'll say that again. The experience of a father is an asset to the generation. If my father were to be a farmer, a subsistence farmer, but a successful one at that was able to take care of all his children and send all of us to school, which is not the case in literal sense. But if that were to be the case, there are many things I can learn from that. The process of patience, the process of the act of patience and process, the act of resilience and nursing and nurturing. I can convert it into my ICT world. If I were to be an IT person, I would be able to convert them, because these traits are convertible. They are convertible. So look at your child's need with keen, know what specific need they have, and try to fix it. And then you will win their trust. Thank you very much for joining us today. I hope you've gotten one thing or the other. I look forward to seeing the next episode. We're continuing on this journey on how to win your child. I'll see you next time. Stay strong.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Can you introduce yourself and tell us a bit of your background into software development?
Okay. My name is Paul Okodowa, and I've been working in the software industry for, say, almost a decade now, 8 years to be precise. And so it was, my introduction into tech was not so straightforward. It wasn't so straightforward. So I started from customer service all the way to customer success, and then I moved to content writing. From content writing then to learning software engineering. So software engineering to content creation, like educational content creation. And that's where I am now. So it's not been a very, very, very straight journey. But it was, I think my introduction into tech started when I started learning to build websites at the beginning, WordPress and the rest, trying to do, it was HTML. Okay, I think I'm getting it now. I was teaching in a school where I teach people how to design with CorelDRAW, Microsoft Word, those other stuff that we have those days. And there was this book in the office, and it has this how to build a website, very big book. It's from those Warri. I think Warri's how to build website. And I can remember that the first website there in that book was to build a website for a football team called Carnington Cougars. That's the name of the football team. And so I was following it bit by bit, just going through the HTML bit by bit. And I kind of really got interested because it was very easy to just translate what's inside the book all the way to the PC. That was my first experience trying to build website, and then went all the way to Dreamweaver. Dreamweaver was a terrible software though. So I went all the way to Dreamweaver, and then it was from Dreamweaver, just kept on learning, and then YouTube became very popular, and jumped into YouTube and started learning as much as I could. But it was, for the job part of it, it was majorly from customer success. So I didn't just go all the way to website, because I really did not know anything. I had the knowledge, but I really did not know how to put it into use. But I was doing customer success for a tech company. So that's how we just kept on going.
What was that inspiration? From customer success down to software development, now you're into content creation. Although I don't like using the word content creation as a job description, because even if you are creating content, you are creating content about what you do. So what you do is the job.
Okay.
So what was your inspiration towards all through this journey, from one point to the next? What inspired you to move and get to that point?
Okay, so the first time I was building a website, very cheap website. Then I got that job as a customer success guy. So I was paid 35,000 a month. And you can imagine how lean that was. So I was paid 40,000, and then there was tax. There was not tax, it was insurance, I guess. And I think it was 5,000, and then it was 9,000 actually. So I was paying 5,000, my company was paying 4,000, and my take home was 30,000. But the guys those who were building software, they were earning way, way more than I was. So I was the one involved in scouting the customer, making sure the customer come do business with us. But I was earning very, very low, very, very little. And but I said the fact that I was earning little, I'm somebody who's very, very interested in being the one who's at the top and not the one who's below. So I knew that the easiest way for me to do that would be to build software personally, to move all the way from customer service and build software, even though that doesn't seem like the right thing to do in 2025 right now. But what I did was I was taking time to, upskill myself and sell my services outside what I was doing for the company. So I was doing customer success. I had things like templates on how to close deals. I had contract draft. So I had access to all the things that was used in that particular company I was working for. So what I did was that I started to freelance on the side. So I started to freelance on the side, not trying to build software like they did, because I really did not know the technology they were using. I don't know. I'm not good at the technology, but I knew the technology they were using, but I'm not very good at it. So I started to freelance on the side. So I started with website development. That's what I started with, and just kept on going. And then website development, I was doing website development for Nigerians, right? But you know how Nigerians can be. Somebody says, I'm going to pay you 200,000, and that 200,000, you use it to design heaven and earth for me. So I wasn't so comfortable with kind of relationship I was having with Nigerians. So I thought, what would be the easiest thing for me to do for people outside? So I realized that probably my decision then, probably if I continued with web design, I would have been able to take it outside. But my decision then was that I was going to begin to build software, build web software, apps, internal tools, external tools for people outside the country. And that's just basically how I just started, building all of that. So when I say I'm a content creator, maybe that's the wrong word to use, because I don't create content that makes people happy and all that stuff. So I would say that I'm a teacher. So I teach.
That's right.
Yeah, I teach software development. Tech education. I teach software development online. That's what I do. So I don't really entertain anybody. In fact, if you're looking forward to be entertained, you won't really watch my content. You won't.
Now, down to the tech, because I understand that there are careers or skills or businesses that thrive in the right ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So is there a developer hub in Benin? Because you are based in Benin. Right now, is there kind of a group of developer hub where you guys kind of share ideas or what's the word, troubleshoot problems like?
Okay. I think the good thing about being a developer is that you don't have to be in a local circle, right? It's a choice. If you want to be in a local circle, you don't want to be in a local circle. It's just a choice thing.
Okay.
It's not something that is very compulsory. Like maybe like people who sell clothes, yams, and the rest. You don't have to. But in Benin City or Nigeria at large, they have various developer groups that you can belong to. There's Google Developer Group, there is Untitled Designers, there's a whole lot of different groups that you can belong to. You just have to probably find them on LinkedIn or probably go to Eventbrite and attend one of their, sign up for one of the events, attend the events, and you definitely become a member or become a friend to the people who, become a friend to the persons who host those design conferences, right? But for outside, you can just really start from Google searching. So it's people are very. I think the tech community is one of those communities where people encourage you a lot. Even though people can still discourage you a lot, because when you see people getting a lot of results and you're not getting that result, it's discouragement. But if you're just getting started, they can really encourage you. There are tons and tons of Slack groups that you can join. There are tons of online meetups that you can do. Some persons even do morning brew, like morning coffee sections, like every Monday, every weekend. So you just join them and you get acquainted with what's happening in the industry at that time. So you could actually join as many groups as possible.
So aside these internal resources, because what you just described sounds to me like resources made available by people who are in development.
Sure.
Now, are there other, do you think that the government, state government, federal government have made enough resource available for young developers? And then if they haven't, what do you think is missing in the whole development system in Nigeria, developer system in Nigeria, from the perspective of the government, not within your group now?
Okay, I think personally that the ecosystem in Nigeria is not thriving yet. Privately, the ecosystem is thriving a bit, but the thing is everybody is doing things in silence, secretly in their rooms. I personally have been in my room for the past 3 years just working and not really coming out. Right, but in terms of the government aspect of things, I would say a complete no. I would say no because there's a whole lot of things that is needed for a developer to thrive. If you don't have some very constant factor, you will not be able to thrive as a developer, irrespective of the part of the country that you are. For example, if you do not have light, you will not be able to thrive. It's your productivity is directly proportional to how much light time you have and how much network you have. There's sometimes I'm working personally and network just goes off. Like I can't continue. Like probably I'm on a call and the next thing I just realized that my network just dropped to 0. I can't continue with the call and the person is saying, hello. You just have to wait for the call to end or wait for the network to come back and then you go send an apology note. Hey, I'm sorry, it's the network. So you keep on saying that same thing multiple times, right? So I don't think that the government is providing a lot of resource for people who are working remotely or people who are in the digital space. You have to cover up so many things yourself. I did a boot camp. We had 4,000 persons in the boot camp. Lots of persons, while they were on the boot camp, lots of them had light fluctuations in different parts of the country, not like the same part of the country, different part of the country. A lot of them had light fluctuations. You won't believe that their laptop got fried. Many of them. Some of them, their transformer just went off. Wow. Their laptop got fried. So you can literally see pictures of people who will say, hey, my motherboard just went bad. Why? Because light just fluctuated. There are some persons who say, I started this boot camp to learn, but in the process of this boot camp, they came and they took my transformer away. As crazy as that is, they took my transformer away, and now I can't really join the boot camp. So I think there have to be adequate resources put together for people who are working remotely or who are building application, from security to light to even credit facility for you to acquire gadgets. Naira is not doing so well in the market. I remember when I started, say like 8 years ago, you could actually get a brand new PC for 90,000. That's how much I got my first brand new PC, 90,000. But now, if you want to get a brand new PC, you should be thinking like maybe 2.5 million.
Exactly.
So if you are a developer, irrespective of how good you are, there are some things that you will not be able to do if you do not have a very good PC that you want to use, right? So I think credit line will be a very good thing for the government to do. You borrowing money to get gadgets at 36%, it's a very, very terrible deal.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services. Anticipate, manage, deliver.
Welcome back to the concluding part of this conversation. And before we went on that short break, Engineer Poye was telling us about the difficulty or what the government can do to make it easier. And I tend to agree with him because, these days, the tech and the media space are kind of an outlet for young people to make a living. We don't have people vying for conventional jobs anymore. People are leaning inwards towards developing their skill and making money out of it. I for one, I can attest to the fact that it costs a whole lot of money to get power for production purposes for a day, to get data for a day. So it's actually crazy, to spend 15,000, 20,000 naira a day just for fuel to power gen, because there was no national power. And meanwhile, you still pay for those. And there was one other thing too that I would like to chip into. There was also the difficulty in payments. Yeah, it's one thing I've noticed. I will go through a lot in this country. Yeah. You want to buy something online outside the country, you go through hell to pay your money. It's not like you want to take somebody's money. Your own money that you have to pay for a product or pay for a software or pay for something or plugin or whatever it is, you go through hell to get it. I don't know what policy operates that, but man, it's not fair to young developers. It's not fair to young tech people. So thank you for being with us, Engineer Paul.
Yeah, just want to chip in on that idea. Being able to collect payment as a person. So, if you are a freelancer or you're a tech person who's based in Nigeria or maybe other third world country, especially in Nigeria, you will find it difficult to make payment and accept payment. I think there are a lot of policies that's making sure that these so-called big guys are able to charge directly your Nigerian card, or as long as your IP address is from Nigeria, there's just so many services that you can't really access. Just thinking of, I was going to pay for Google Cloud services just a few days ago. I tried my local card, it didn't work. I tried my foreign card, it didn't work. Tried a French card, it didn't work. It just doesn't work. This is something that if you live in the UK or you live in any other country, you're able to do this as easy as possible. But because you're in Nigeria, it's difficult. Even if you were building products in Nigeria and you're building for people who live in maybe in the UK or in the US, there is hardly any infrastructure that is based in Nigeria that you can use to charge that person. right? You would have to rely on Amazon, or you have to rely on Stripe. You have to rely on other tools that when you charge that person, you are going to pay your tax to those other persons. I mean, recently I was taxed $33 simply because I was charging somebody penny. I mean, the amount of money I was going to charge this person is so low, and before I was able to complete that transaction, I was charged as much as $33 just to complete a very simple transaction like that. That's how hard it is for people to transfer money. So I think that's something that the government will have to look on. Else, Nigeria will not be able to compete in a global space. We'll just keep building fintech products, or we'll keep on building the same product for the same people over and over and over again, and which is very, very, very terrible, if you ask me.
Aside from even expanding the tech space, I don't like using fintech because it's like fintech is the only thing we do in Nigeria. We'll come to that.
Absolutely.
But aside from expanding the tech space, it's taxable income that the government could actually do some. We pay tax to foreign governments simply because
every day you pay tax to foreign government every day
simply because of freelance.
Yes, everything you do as a freelancer, you're doing it majorly in foreign currency, especially if you're somebody. Okay, let's say for example now, if you're working on Upwork is a place where you go to bid for jobs. If you're working on Upwork, you first of all buy Upwork coins. They call it Comet. First of all, pay for that in dollars, right? And then when they give you, see how your Upwork money will go. When they give you product to work on an Upwork, I think they charge you about 30%. So that's minus 30%. Now you have your own 70%. Let's say the person is charging you $100. You're charging the person $100. Upwork take 30%, between the range of 20 to 30%, depending on how, I think 10 to 30%, depending on the price range of the project. And then that person gives you $70. Upwork is supposed to send that money to you, but they can't send the money to you because you don't have
the facility.
Not just facility, there's government restriction as to how much money you can collect, you can receive from Upwork. Upwork cannot send it to you. So what you do is that you would have to open an account in America, but you do it through a private company, right? Those guys, they will then charge you a particular percent for receiving that money from you first. And then, let's say, for example, that the standard rate of Naira is about 1,600 Naira, as at this point, I guess. And then they too, that same company will sell Naira for you like 1,550 something Naira. So for every $1 that they give you, they collect from you, they will charge you 45 Naira extra after charging the percentage to collect the money from you. So you see, if you're charged, if it's 100 Naira, it's $100 that they are collecting, they are processing for you to your local bank account in Naira. They will charge you 45 Naira times 100, depending on the rate. Sometimes it can be as much as 100 Naira.
Wow.
Right, so that means you pay 4,500 Naira just to take that money from that virtual account to your Naira account. So you can see how much you lose. 30% to Upwork, you come down, you lose about 2 to 5% to maybe GigPay or any of these other two, and then they want to transfer it to your account, you lose about 45 Naira per person. So you see how much you're losing. If we had the infrastructure, right, it would have been very easy for government to handle that. Other countries are doing it. India handle their payment themselves. China does it. South Africa does it. Other countries are doing it. So I think the blockage in finance, so to say, we have the infrastructure, because we were doing this before.
Yeah.
We had the infrastructure, but I don't know what happened. I'm not a financial expert, but I think the government just came one day and said, stop it.
I have my theory, but I don't want to say it here because this is not the platform for it. But I have my theory. There's something I believe is the reason why, because I do pay. I remember when AliExpress was kind of getting traction.
Yeah, you pay with your normal Naira card.
I pay with my normal Naira
I used to
card.
pay with FCMB myself.
I buy stuff from AliExpress and resell in Nigeria. All of a sudden, one government came and said, no, I don't know why. They would give you reasons for money laundering or whatever. But my thinking is you do not throw away the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, you do not stop 200 million people from receiving money from America simply because
a few of them will do money laundering.
200 persons are into money laundering. right? I went to. Do you know the funny thing, Lawrence? The funny thing here is, because of this issue, I went to FCMB to go open a domiciliary account because they said, okay, it's a domiciliary account, it's fine. Then I happened to have courses on Skillshare. And that first time I made some money on Skillshare, and it was about 72, about 100 and something US dollars like that. In order for me to, I made about 100 and something dollars. So I wanted to collect the money. I put my FCMB DOM account as the account that you send the money to. Normally, it ought to get to you as dollars, right? You know what happened? To get that money from Skillshare here, right? They had charged me about $49 already.
Wow.
I'm telling you, just to get the money from Skillshare's account to this account, they
said 50, but they say they're dashing you now.
They charged me $49 US. And then when that money came, you won't believe the rest. It came as Naira. FCMB said it was a mistake or something. They sent FCMB converted the money to Naira for me by themselves, right? And I had to go and pick. Do you know how much got to me? From $100 and something. Do you know how much got to me? 24,000 Naira. That's how much got to me. So that's how crazy. That's how crazy the policy can be.
Less than $30.
That's less than $30. Yeah. That's how crazy the policy can be.
Wow.
That's how much got to me. And I think at that time dollar was about 700 or something Naira. That's what got to me from changing about 130 something US dollars and sending it to Nigeria. What got to me was that price. And funny, I had to go to the bank itself to go and make sure this thing worked. FCMB said, we forgot. Oh my God, we changed it. They changed it for me. They changed this thing for me.
Well, we have to move on. We are not policy makers. We can only just ask.
Absolutely.
Now, there was something I've noticed in the Nigeria tech space. We have great developers, good developers who could make some fantastic. For instance, look at our fintech. Like our fintech is one of the most robust out there. We do mobile payments easily. There are a lot of banks in Nigeria that do not have offices that people even know. But
absolutely,
60 to 70% of Nigeria's bank with them. Why have we not been able to translate this success in fintech to SaaS, software as a service, provide other services? The other things we could do with software. Why is it just the financial space that is?
Okay. So I think a lot of persons are doing this already, but you will normally find these persons in Port Harcourt. So if you're watching us and you want to go into spaces that are other than the fintech space, Port Harcourt is a place that you should be, not Lagos or Abuja or any of those places. So you would normally find most of these guys in Port Harcourt. So I used to have a work colleague. He formed, he's the owner of CEO, I think, of Pipes. Pipes is a very cool tool for DevOps. I know a couple of persons in Port Harcourt who are doing this, but I think the Lagos boys and the around Nigeria boys said they have to be doing a fintech for something, fintech for anything. So the fintech space has become so competitive that your success is directly proportional to how much money you're willing to waste. So if you have a fintech app, Uber for Suya or a Suya app, Abeg, any of these apps like that, your app will become very successful if you have a lot of marketing budget, or you can bring the price very low. So let's say, for example, the standard CBN rate is 10% per transaction, and you personally, you are charging 5 Naira per transaction. So you're the one covering the 5 Naira for CBN, right? So let's say you have, if you're, as long as you're willing to cover that 5 Naira, as low as 5 Naira, or probably, this 50 Naira fee that people pay whenever they transfer above 10,000 Naira. If you say, okay, I have 300 million, maybe $10 million in the bank account, I can cover that 50 Naira for like maybe 100 million transactions. People will leave you complex services like MoneyPoint, OPay, and jump all the way to you, right? So it's a very volatile market. People get into fintech to lose money, not to make money, right? So anyway, that's a talk for another day. But for reasons why people don't do business to business, because there's really no business. Yeah, like you can really quote me anywhere. There's really no business to do business to business software for in Nigeria. Majority of the people that we sell to in Nigeria, they are customers. So it's business to customer. So you almost can't do business to business in Nigeria. You fail. You will not really succeed because there's so many things. There is not enough business in Nigeria for you to have a business software for a particular kind of people. Because when you're building business to business software, Lawrence, you have to niche to a particular set of people. Say, for example, we say you are building, today I was reading about a guy who built a software for people who are, who own pet farms, private pet farms in the US. I think it should be pet farms in the US. So that's a business to business something. People who want to manage their pet farms, they will pay for it. So then if you bring it back to Nigeria, let's say, for example, you want to build a software that people can use to manage bakery. So the question now is, how many bakery do you have in Nigeria, right? And how many bakeries will be willing to use a tech product like that, and for free? And how many persons will be willing to pay for that product in order for you to optimize your business? So when you have few business in Nigeria, like the number of business in Nigeria is few, but the business that we have in Nigeria are people who just hand to hand, let's just do the things that we can. I'm selling Suya, I'm selling zinc. But if you say core SMEs, we really don't have SMEs that you can really, really build for. I will always say that Nigeria is the opposite of South Africa. South Africa has so many B2B products that people are saying, oh, how can we build B2C products? Nigeria has too many B2C products. Everyone is saying, we are all the business. So we don't have the market for any B2B product. And another thing is, this is the one that will break the camel's back. Nigerians don't like paying for anything, especially if it's a made in Nigerian product. Nigerians don't like paying for. If there's no white man inside, if you want to sell to a lot of Nigerians, you have to use a white guy as your advert guy. Yeah. If there's no white guy inside, if you're not saying like this product is made from China, this product is made from UK, one UK address, one American address, and lots of Nigerians don't really think that it is very, very cool, right? And Nigerians hate paying for something. Somebody made a post recently on Twitter, and the person said that Instagram, they're charging about 2,400 naira a year for premium. I think they were doing it on promo or something. Do you know what Nigerians said, Lawrence? They said, don't worry, don't pay. Don't pay. I have a cheat that will enable you to have it for 2,400. This is less than
that's like 2,000 a month.
That's like 200 naira a month. 200 naira a month.
Yeah, that's 200 naira.
Yes, and that's $1.50 or something a year. And the Nigerian person came around and said, telling people not to pay, that he has a cheat code.
Yeah.
So talk less of you're building a B2B software and with all the cloud infrastructure, everything that you want to do, and so you're charging. So I think what Nigerians should do, if you're a software developer, I think what you should do is that you should build for outside the country. Wow. Just build for outside the country. The Nigerian market itself is not ready for business to business software. I remember when MoneyPoint came. I think they were not MoneyPoint before. They were another name. They were providing infrastructure for banks, for FCMB, all these other banks. That's what they were doing. And their infrastructure was helping the banks make a whole lot of money, right? And the banks, they were not fulfilling their own side of the bargain the way they should. So what they did was they called out two guys and said, okay, I think we can deploy this infrastructure ourselves. Since we're the owner of this infrastructure, I think we should create a product that we'll be able to use to deploy this infrastructure. We'll use our own infrastructure for another product. So they called out two guys, and those guys started researching on this product called MoneyPoint. So they started in Lagos, a very small catchment area in Lagos. They produced the POS and they were going to collect feedback, right? And the feedback they noticed was that payout was a thing. Like payout, the other banks will wait, they will pay you the next day. So MoneyPoint now came out with a solution that we're going to settle you that same evening. At the end of business day, we will settle you. So once Nigerians heard that these people, they settle you same business day, Everybody poured it. So though they were still giving bank infrastructure, but Money Point began to grow. Grew so big that they were processing as much as 2 billion. They are now processing way more than bank on a daily basis.
That bank is not. I see that bank in my perspective as the biggest bank in Nigeria right now. Almost every business
is using Money Point now. So they started processing so much money, they left their infrastructure business. And Money Point is now the business now. No more infrastructure business. I'm not sure they still provide infrastructure for any banks now. They left all of those stuff and now it's Money Point. So majority of the businesses that are in Nigeria now, if you own a software business, it's not advisable to build a software business in Nigeria. Instead, build a software business that you personally can use to work directly with the customers. That's how you make money. Else you're just going to be there. You're not going to make money.
So meaning before there has to be a cultural mentality shift.
Absolutely. Before you can build anything B2B, there have to be a culture shift that everybody likes to pay for what they consume. Like we have to be a country where we understand there's no free meal everywhere.
Let me play the devil's advocate here. I'm not sure I would blame Nigeria totally because we have been burnt a lot of times for for instance, power company now. Power company is one big example that burns us. We pay, like if you live in areas where you do what they call postpaid. Is it postpaid? Yeah, postpaid. You won't understand what I like, where you just pay a fixed amount a month. You just come and give you 35,000-40,000 naira a month. If you don't pay more than 80% of that, they disconnect you. And that has been the method from time. So you have, for instance, you could buy data. I'm not mentioning any network. You could buy data. There is one very notorious one that gives a lot of cheap data that doesn't work. You buy data and you struggle to use the data, it will not work. So I think there's a little bit of mistrust. I think there's a mistrust. We don't even trust the ones foreigners bring. Then the Nigerian man that is like us, that has our same mind, we will not trust that. So, but the truth is, it's not always like that. Because in my mind, the way I see that, like if all this fintech, all these mobile banks in Nigeria are doing well, we should not struggle with software development in any other thing.
No, Nigerians, believe me, I personally work for, I barely work with Nigerians, I work for people outside, and they don't really have any trouble with the software that I build. Nigerians build very, very good software. We build great software, very good software. We work for people all over the country. If you go on GitHub, I think Nigerians should be the country with the third highest Git commit in the world, not in Africa, I mean in the world. So we should be like, we have some of the best software developers in the world. So we work well, but I think the thing here is how Nigerians interpret value. A lot of Nigerians don't interpret value the way people see it. For example, I'll take app design for an example. Somebody comes to you and say, "Hey Lawrence, I need you to build an app for me." And you say, "Okay, I'm going to build it." And say, "How much?" You say, "Okay." The guy says, "I'm going to pay you $1 million." And you say, "No, it's 10 million you have to pay." And then the guy says, and you say, "No, I'm not going to pay. I will not build it." And the person, you hear words like, it's not ordinary to sit down on the chair and be drawing something on the screen. Just to draw and give me, and that's what you are saying. That's what you are charging 1 million for. Or maybe you are a video editor and the person says, "Edit this thing for me." You say, "How much?" Say, I'm going to bill you 300K to edit this 1 hour clip. And the person says, "Eh?" So just to join this bad part. So I think because we are paid on a monthly basis, not on an hourly basis. So we really don't understand what it means to sit on a chair to do stuff for 1 hour.
I've been designing for almost 6-7 years. I've never designed for a Nigeria, except the ones I just do for my friends and just give them for free. But to design for a Nigerian, I get paid. In fact, I don't even have graphic design to my portfolio because when I came to, the first time I moved to Benin City, I went to print some designs I did on one of these print press like that. And I met somebody there who was talking with their in-house designer, and they finished doing very beautiful design. And he gave this man 1,000 naira. And the guy said, "Thank you, sir." And I met the guy like, "Why? How much do they pay for design here?" Because I design very well too. Say, 1,000 or 2,000 naira. I'm like, "Oh, really?" He says, I removed the title graphic design. I just wiped it off. You won't be giving me 2,000 naira for my hard work.
You see the way
kind of thing is that I wiped it off. And I mostly design for foreigners.
So we have to be able to interpret what value means.
Yeah.
So because we really don't know how to interpret value, and we do not understand what time, we don't understand the value for people and also value for time, even time as in regards to our business. A Nigerian person would prefer to use a spreadsheet than to use a normal spreadsheet than to use Google Sheet or than to pay for Google Sheet. You just prefer to do it the hard way because you think, oh, I'm not sure I'm going to, I want to lose this kind of money. But we would have to be able to interpret loss and optimization. Because what all this software does is that they help you to optimize your business so you can focus on other things. But because of the way a lot of Nigerian businesses are built, they are not built for growth. They are built to just survive. So you can't be selling software to businesses that just want to survive. So, but you see the American businesses, a solopreneur can be running 3-4 businesses, right? Because he's automating them with software. And so if the person would say, okay, how much am I supposed to be paying a staff? If I'm paying a staff in America $15 per hour, and I'm paying this person 5 hours a day to do business, to do something for me, and that means this person is going to work 31 days in a month or 30 days a month, is it not better for me to just buy software, pay $100 a month, that will automate everything that this other person would do? So that means instead of paying 5 times 8 is about 40, 40 times 30 is about 1,200. Instead of paying $200 a month, it would be a lot better for me to pay $100 a month to a software that will optimize everything that person is supposed to do. I will just sit down on my chair, take 1 hour, or pay a developer 1 hour who will set up this thing for me, and for the rest of the month, it just runs.
Well, I hope we get to that. I hope we get to that point. Because it's increasingly becoming, I won't want to use the word frustrating, it's painful to see. I know a lot of what softwares can do, particularly the influx of artificial intelligence that we have now. A lot of my productions now I do with artificial intelligence. I pay for them, and it's made my job easier. I do not have to get a whole lot of people to work for me anymore. It kind of makes things easier, even in terms of even things as when you're developing a plan, developing a structure.
Yeah.
So all those things come in handy. I think as Nigerians, we should start doing better to understand value, appreciate value, and at least pay the right price for value. I think we have covered everything that we have to cover on the time for this episode will take us. I would have loved to ask Engineer Paul if he has advice for any upcoming developer, but if you ask me, he has thrown nuggets all through our conversation for upcoming developer. If you are developing right now in Nigeria, he said, try and look for clients outside the country.
Absolutely.
Just try and look for, so you survive, because it's not cheap.
Absolutely.
It is not cheap to run
your business.
Yeah, it's not cheap to run your business here. So you try and look for clients outside the country. Then if you are a policymaker in this government, let's be fair to Nigerian youths. They are the future of this country. If you want to know, if you want to be honest with yourself and you want to know how Nigeria will be when you leave, try to extrapolate 20 to 30 years time. The only type of people in Nigeria are people like you, who all they know is politics. How would Nigeria be? If 90% of Nigerians are politicians, how would the country be? So if you're a politician or a policymaker, think like that. Regardless of how beautiful politics is now, you still need the software developers. You still need the media technologists. You still need the bankers. You still need teachers. A lot of government schools now, that's the topic for another day, a lot of government schools now are filled up with old teachers. And I keep asking myself, by the time all these people retire, who is going to be teaching? You still need teachers. You still need your drivers. You still need all these people. And if you keep making the environment uncomfortable for them, they start looking for resource outside. And before you know, they'll leave you alone in the country. So,
absolutely.
So please, to our policymakers, let's try to make things easy for our Nigerian youth to better their life. So thank you very much, Mr. Paul.
Welcome.
I appreciate your time.
Me too.
And if you want to understand what he meant by Nigerians can develop software, check out our TV app. He did that. Just go to the Play Store or the Apple Store, download the app. He did that. That was him. So thank you very much. It's a beautiful application.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hallelujah. Yes, Lord, we thank you because you are alive. And because you lead, we lead. Thank you, Jesus. Casting down my crowns before the living God. Casting down my crowns before the living God. I'm pouring out my own before the Holy One. I'm pouring out my own before the Holy One. Now I need you to just raise your hand and worship the King of Glory. Our God is great and greatly to be praised. There is none like him. Yes, our God is great. Thank you, Jesus. Pouring out my own. I'm pouring out my own. I say you are the living God. Yes, you are the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yes, Yahweh, the living God. Sing you are. Yes, you are. Yahweh. Yahweh. Lift it. Sing you are the living God. Sing you are. Yahweh. Sing Yahweh. I need you to lift it. Sing you are the living of kings. You are the living God. Yes, you are the living God. 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 Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Laying down my crowns. Laying down my fears. I don't have anyone but you, Lord. I'm laying down my doubts. I'm pouring out my own before everyone. Can we raise it? Just the voices. You are, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I need you to raise it. You are the living God. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Sing Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh. Yahweh. Sing Yahweh one more time. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh, the living God. Yahweh. Somebody give the Lord a shout.
Nigeria, we are the most prayed nation.
Yeah. Well, why prayer is a good factor, it's not the only factor. You don't pray for good leaders. You install good leaders. When a right person with the right mentality is in power, trust me, you do well. Dr. Miles Monroe said, a sheep led by a lion would defeat lions that are led by a sheep. For me, there are 2 C's that I use to define leadership: competence and character. Leadership is service and responsibility.
That's just the word. So how can we change our mindsets?
Okay.
Because poverty is a mind thing.
Poverty has been weaponized. A man who is hungry, he's actually hungry. No matter what you tell him, he's hungry. Reality is hunger. He's hungry.
Nigerians are traumatized from insecurity, poverty, religion, ethnicity, marriage, relationship.
I can tell you that Nigerians need therapy.
Education, self-join. Voting is a culture. It's your civic duty, your responsibility.
Yes. As a young person, get your PVC. Don't just be a social media warrior and just be typing. Get your PVC. Get involved in the process.
Exactly.
That get people into leadership.
This is more than a conversation.
Hello, fans. Welcome to the Warri Podcast. I'm your host, Sam Speaks. Warri Podcast is a podcast where we transform your mind through proper mind renewal, because we believe mindset equals to life set. It's another show again, and we are going to be discussing on leadership, politics, and religion. They say religion is the opium of the masses. Why do religion promises so much hope? And why is it that people are so emotional when it comes to religion? Today on the show, we are going to look into a lot of issues surrounding the current state of our country, Nigeria, and Africa at large. So just stick to the show. You would never regret being on the show today. My guest today on the show, it's a friend, a brother, a minister, and a fine young man. You will fall in love when you hear him speak. I don't want to just call out his name, but I'm going to introduce him properly. Yes. He is a medical practitioner, a paramedics, educator, pastor, life coach, and also a physiotherapist. He's currently the secretary of Oredo West 7 PFN Youth Wing, Edo State. Ladies and gentlemen, join me today. Let us welcome Nicky J to the show. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, how have you been, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm good.
No, you'll be coping well.
Yeah.
Despite the current situation in the country.
Well, what can we do? We are trying to push. That's why we're here to discuss some of the things
Of course. You ready? If you're ready, I'm ready.
I'm very much ready.
Okay, sir. Religion. I'm going to start off with that first of all. Religion. I think most people do confuse religion with Christianity. Or you can say Christianity is a religion.
Yeah.
I want you to properly give us a comprehensive definition of what religion is.
Okay.
Because sometimes people think that religion, anything that has to do with God, the deity, is religion.
Yeah.
Because what I believe is this. I don't think should I even use the word Christianity? I think eternal life. Eternal life is not religion. Jesus Christ did not come to give us religion. He came to give us eternal life.
Yes.
That is why he said in the book of John, he said, and this is life eternal.
Yeah.
That you may know the only true God. So if I keep using the word Christianity, pardon me, please. So if eternal life is not religion, then how do we relate Christianity with religion?
Okay, first thing first, there are diverse views to all of these, right?
Okay.
But if we're going to define religion by what it is, religion is the quest for worshiping a deity through conditioned rituals. Now, the ritual here does not really necessarily mean blood sacrifices. Yeah, but it simply means following the conditioned rules and regulations and all of that. That was what the Jews had, which we have in our Old Testament.
Okay.
But when it comes to the life of Christ and what he has passed down to us, we have eternal life.
Mm.
He even said it in John 10:10, the thief comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy, but he has come that we may have life and have it more abundantly.
Yeah.
Abundance there does not have to do with many lives. It has to do with eternal life and superior life while you're on earth.
Okay.
So you see that even though we want to say Christianity is a religion, it's just for social identification. Because if I go to fill a form now, I won't write eternal life.
They'll be looking at
what are you doing? They'll say, this guy is mad. So I write Christianity. They're just for social identification. But in its real sense, Christianity, it's a relationship with God, which grants us eternal life through the person of Jesus Christ. While religion itself is just the quest to worship a deity by a conditioned set of rituals.
Okay.
So these are the two diverse stages.
There's a TikTok video I watched, and the guy was saying that people do say religion is something bad, it's a problem, it's used to enslave people. And he was like, he's against that idea.
Yeah.
That the word religion means a belief in a deity. And he was arguing that religion is not a bad word, or the concept of religion is not bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. The concept of religion itself is not bad.
Okay.
Like every other thing, it can be abused. Like every other thing, it can be abused,
I see now.
Right?
Yeah.
So in itself, it's not bad, because what religion tries to do, everywhere you find religion tries to somewhat make people behave in a manner that seems to be right.
Like morality.
Yes,
right?
yeah, exactly. Thank you. It tends to bring morality into the picture. Religion tells you that your conscience should tell you when you're doing bad, you shouldn't do bad, stuff like that. Yeah. If you even look at the Old Testament in our Bible, which is actually the Jewish religion, you see that there are conditioned way of doing things.
The laws and
the laws. The laws were strictly to make people behave in a certain way, in the right manner.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that religion in itself is bad. It's the abuse of it, which many times we see now as though it's exactly what religion is. Many times people tend to abuse religion.
Yeah.
That's what we see today. People are abusing religion. Those persons who even think Christianity is a religion, they are also abusing it.
Yeah.
Because there are certain things they are bringing up that are not consistent with the character of Christ.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't believe that religion in itself is bad, but it's the abuse of it that's bad. In itself is not.
You're going to add your own opinion to this, I'm going to say right now.
Okay.
Christianity, let's use the word Christianity for social identification.
Yeah, for social identification. Yeah.
Pardon me, I wouldn't use the word Christianity now.
For the purpose of discussion.
I think someone asked the question online. I think I was scrolling through Facebook and someone said, why do you guys say Jesus doesn't bring religion? Well, he brought religion, there's still rules and regulation. Then I said, if you check other religion, like I went straight, like this is the difference between Christianity and other religion is this. Other religion focuses on you being the savior.
Exactly.
Like the rules, what you need to do.
Because you are working out your salvation yourself.
And I think that's where people also don't like Christianity.
Yeah.
Because it's, the true Christianity, because even in Christianity, you have...
There are still people who want you to walk
exactly
your way to
the
salvation.
work mindset.
Yes.
But Christianity, or what Jesus brought to us on earth, is faith in Christ, which is faith in God.
Yeah.
So this is the difference, because sometimes we have to let people understand the basic difference of these things.
Yeah.
Like you talked about, we can also identify, so for social identity, Christianity as religion.
Yeah.
So now, understanding this, that Christianity focuses on the faith in Christ, and the other religion focuses on faith on yourself. So can you still create a spot for what Jesus did, to create this difference or this separation from other religion?
Okay. So first and first, we have to understand that during his incarnated ministry, that was when he was on earth, Jesus did not preach religion. He preached the kingdom. If you look at it, he always talked about kingdom more.
Yeah.
Right? That's why he would say the kingdom of God is like this, the kingdom of God is like that. He likened the kingdom of God, through so many examples and all of that. Then again, we should also understand that the covenant that we are in right now started when Jesus Christ died and resurrected and he went to heaven, right?
Okay.
That's what we should understand. So we see that when he died, he resurrected, he gave us a life.
Yeah.
Which is the eternal life, which is the one that comes as a gift. Just yesterday, I posted something on my WhatsApp that says that, look, if you look at the guy on the cross, the thief on the cross with Jesus, who did not do anything, there was really nothing that guy did that would have granted him eternal life.
Yes,
but just by human standard, exactly.
Yeah.
Just by believing in Christ, he was saved. So you see that it has to do with work versus grace.
Yeah.
Jesus saved us by grace, not by our works. So that's the main dichotomy between religion.
So religion says that
you are saved by your work.
Yes.
But Christianity, in this sense anyway, which is our true worship with God, is that you are saved by grace, strictly by grace, right? This was the exact reason why when Paul was going about in his missionary journey, many times the Jews especially, they didn't really like him. There were times they wanted to beat him up. They didn't like him because how can you tell us that all the things that Moses wrote for us to be following, let's do it. You're telling us that it doesn't matter again, that just believing and all of that. So that's the clear difference between that kind of Christianity and the real kind of Christianity, which is salvation strictly by the grace of God.
Okay, so how do you think religion influences politics?
It does influence politics. If you start from it does influence politics. If you start from even the life of Jesus, I made a video about this. I said the Pharisees, the Sadducees, these were people who were not just religious,
political.
These guys were political.
Yeah.
They
were in government, whatever you call them.
They were in government. Think about this. Jesus to them committed blasphemy, which was a religious crime, but it was handed over to the governor, who was a politician.
Yeah.
So you see that politics will always be in bed.
We always play out
with religion.
Yes.
Because these are two entities that you can use to control people, whether you like it or not. You can use politics to control people. You can use religion to control people. Right? So somehow they are always in bed
together.
Yeah, they're always in bed together. Yeah. And again, if you look at, let me use this now to go back to the question that you asked about the difference between our Christianity and all of that. You see that the greatest rivals that Christ had in his incarnated ministry were the religious people. They didn't like him. Think about it.
I agree with you.
That gets to show you that Jesus did not come to inaugurate a religion. If he did, the religious people would have loved him. They didn't like him. In fact, they clamored for him to be killed.
Exactly.
Because almost everything he was doing was strictly against what the law of Moses said.
Yeah.
So it got to a point where he even told them, I think this was John chapter 5, verse 45. He said, if you believe in Moses, you will believe in me. Because they were like, Moses said this. How come you are not saying something contrary? So this gets to tell you that Christ did not come to inaugurate a religion. He came to show us that we can have a personal relationship with the Father. That was why when he taught, he would say, "Your Father which is in heaven, your Father." They never they were angry. They never really heard it like that before. See, that time they never saw God as their Father. They just saw him as a deity who they have to fear. When you hear him, you have to hide your head and all of that. So all of these things put together, you see that why religion can be in bed with politics. Christ did not come to inaugurate religion. Right? He came to show us that we can have a personal relationship with our Father, which is
Let's take this down to our country, Nigeria, or the continent Africa. How has religion been used to influence the politics or leadership in Nigeria?
Well, you see that you made a statement when you make an introduction. You talk about religion,
The
being
opium of the
of the
masses.
people. Of the masses, of the people, the same thing. Let me give you a breakdown of how that statement came into play.
Okay.
It was the guy, Karl Marx, right? He was a
I remember
philosopher,
Karl
he was
Marx,
an
yeah.
economist, he was a scientist and all of that. He
Yeah.
was the one that made that statement. He made that statement because to him, religion was making people not fight against the system that was oppressing them. Yes. While a government will be in power, oppressing you, doing all sort of stuff and all of that, a religious body or a religious sect will come and tell you that, look, it's your fate. You have to accept it.
It's your destiny.
Heaven is the goal. Whether you suffer here or there, whether they kill you or not, heaven is the goal. So he now said that this religion is serving as an opium. What's an opium? As at that time, till now anyways, opium is a plant that affects the nervous system. What it does is that it blocks you from getting the sensation of pain. It is from opium we now have the drug known as opioid, which tramadol is under. That's why you see today
That's
when people want to
interesting.
do
That's a
certain
confirmation.
things, they want to do certain things without feeling it. They want to just get high and all
They
of
want to
that.
numb the pain.
They want to numb the pain. They'll take tramadol because tramadol is an opioid, which is gotten from opium.
Wow.
So it masks the pain. It does not cure the pain.
Okay.
So Karl Marx now said that, look, this religion is making you guys behave the way opium does. While it will not treat the pain, it will only mask the pain. When you come to Africa, to answer your question, you see that religion in a way has made people become so dormant that they don't even want to kick against an oppressive system. Just a few days ago, everybody was coming for the head of a popular female musician that said, look, we should keep praying. You saw it, right? You're going to mention that. We need more prayer and all that. Everybody were like, madam, not be prayer with this thing now. We need to put in effort to make sure that these things will not get continued.
Actually.
Right? So in Africa, religion has somewhat made people become so dormant that they are not looking at the real issues. They are focusing on certain things that are not. I so much believe in spirituality because if you have eternal life, you're a spiritual man, right? But at the end of the day, you must understand that human beings are in the physical, even though we can relate to the spiritual.
That's heaven and earth.
That's heaven and earth. So we must make those two roles play out in our life. So that means that if we have to do things that are physical, we should do things that are physical. If we have to do things that are spiritual, we must do things that are spiritual. But religion has negatively influenced people in this part of the world to the point that they don't want to do things that are physically oriented. They want they put everything on spiritual. A person who misbehave, na devil. Anything person do, na devil. Everything, it is spiritual. You can even a person can even go and steal. They'll say, now from village, now
they've given the devil lots of sticks, man. Seriously.
As it is right now, there are people who will not get their PVC because they will tell you that, you see, no matter what, God has chosen who our leader would be. So to an extent, religion in Africa has affected us negatively because it is not affected our politics negatively because it is not making us participate in politics. It's not making us looking at the real issues.
Like we forget reality.
Yeah, we forget reality. So that's why I'm relating to what Karl Marx said, because it is making us move away from reality, just masking up from the pain and all of that. But trust me, the way Nigeria is right now, even the born again who speaks in tongues is feeling what's happening. It might not happen to you directly.
But
indirectly, it's still
mental, it's affecting your mental state.
Your mental state. So you see that to an extent, religion itself should not shield us from dealing with the real issues. But that is what religion has done to politics in Africa here. It has made us shielded us or made us divert our attention from the real issues. You understand? So it has negatively, somewhat negatively affected the way we see politics in this part of the world, which is Africa,
Yeah, just like you see religious leaders, they kind of sentimentally, appeal to the people's conscience. Like they'll tell you the so-called the figurehead of the religion that this is what you're supposed to do. So they try to use religion to make the people pick a candidate based on their faith. On their worship. And most of the times, people don't even look at the credibility of the candidate that such a religious leader is actually pushing to you. So in this instance now, because we're still in this situation where over the years we've seen religious leaders using their I don't want to use the word pulpits, using their platforms. Platform, because religion is not just Christianity, it's a lot of religion we have in this country, using their platform to kind of brainwash. I'll use the word
Brainwash
brainwash
people. Yes, brainwash is the
people.
word, yeah.
So how can, as a citizen now, how can you be able to free yourself from that mental slavery? Because it is a mental slavery.
It's a mental slavery.
So how can we, what are the steps, the mental awakening that people need to adopt to free themselves from that mental prison?
Well, it's to understand the truth. Yeah. So you see, freeing yourself or themselves, people cannot many times free themselves.
Why?
People have to. This is why even in Christendom, we have teachers.
Okay.
So when you say, how can people free themselves? Simply mean, number one, listening to a podcast like this. I'll start from there because they need to hear. Even the Bible says, faith comes by hearing by God. So they need to hear.
Yes.
So they need to be taught. That's one of the first things. Because when you don't teach people, when you don't motivate them, the many times will not. In fact, some people don't, the worst prison, like they will say, is the one that you don't even know that you are in. People can be in chains.
That's powerful.
There are people who, they don't, in fact, they feel like what they are doing is the right way. So they have to be taught.
I think that's the most common problem I feel people have.
Yeah.
Because if you check the population, general population, 20% are self-aware.
Yeah.
They know that this place we're not aware. So I think ignorance is generic, actually.
Yes, ignorance is generic. In fact, if we even want to do the whole devil thing, one of the ways Satan trap people is through ignorance.
Oh, I love that.
One of the ways Satan trap people is through ignorance. In fact, I will always tell people that Satan is way smarter than he's powerful.
Thank you very much.
He's way smarter than he's powerful.
Wow.
That's why all these that's why all this bind, kill. It seemed not to be producing so much of results.
Yeah.
Because many times he's crafty. The Bible in fact, in Genesis, when he's called the serpent, it's not because he's a snake.
Exactly.
Craftiness.
Be God.
It's a metaphor.
The ability to be God.
Yes. That's right. So you see that many times ignorance is the main problem. And not even knowing that you are ignorant is another bigger problem. Right? So they have to be taught, number one. Two, they have to be motivated.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really have to be motivated. Like I said, we need to teach them. They need to be taught. They need to be in the right environment to be taught. There's no other way than to be taught, actually. We can't start to list many things to make people free. Freedom comes by hearing. That's why Jesus Christ said, you will know the truth. And what will the truth do to you? To set you free.
Yeah, and he said, take heed how you hear, what you hear.
What you hear.
Now, you talk about they need to be taught.
Yes, they need to be taught.
So, what are the right knowledge, informations that they need to know to free themselves from this or be weaponized through ignorance?
First things first, let me not talk about that religion. Let's talk about ours, right?
Okay.
The one that we know, Christianity per se.
Or internal life.
Many people who call themselves Christian in this part of the world, they don't even know that they are Jews. They are still practicing Judaism. There are so many Christians in this part of the world, Nigeria, as an example, specifically. Specifically, right? They are practicing Judaism without knowing.
Yes. So
they don't even know the difference.
Jews, mentally
they are Jews, but they call themselves Christians.
Yeah.
Because they don't understand that what is written in the Torah and all of that, a lot of it are prophecies concerning Christ to come.
Exactly.
But now we have a Bible that carries the Old and the New Testament. Instead of focusing on the reality, they are still hitting on the prophecy of what to come. So first things first, they need to understand that, look, this thing that we are doing is not Christianity. We are still Jews. We are practicing Judaism. Let's come to this knowledge of Christ. Coming to the knowledge of Christ.
Yes.
Jesus Christ said himself, he said, Moses and the prophet wrote about me. About me.
So even from Abraham.
Right from time, right? The entire scripture is about him. So first and foremost, those of us who are in Christendom, we have to make people understand that, one, Jesus is the concept of the whole of the scripture.
The narrative is about Christ.
It's about Christ.
Exactly.
So they have to come to this knowledge.
Yeah.
Then if we take it outside of the Christian context, our everyday life and all of that, they still have to come to a realization that, look, religion is one thing, politics another thing.
Yeah.
They have to understand that you must keep your spiritual life alive as much as you keep your
political life
and your natural life alive. It must come together. These same things they must ask. I like what one pastor said. I think that was Pastor Emmanuel Olumide. He said, the supernatural is the natural and the super together. So they must play out together, right? As believers, I'm bringing it down to us. But I don't want to talk about some other religions. Those of us who are Christian, must understand that, look, your natural life must align with your supernatural
spiritual life,
for you to have a very positive result. But many times we focus only on the supernatural, we just want to think of everything as being supernatural.
Exactly.
And on that note, they end up missing out on a lot of things
On the natural side of it.
that they should get. So that also is a knowledge that they should acquire. If
Yeah.
you don't bring that to their notice, many times they will spiritualize almost everything. And when you spiritualize everything, you're not going to get very good.
Now, I was going to come to prayer.
Yes.
I believe in prayer. In fact, we're talking about the Christian faith now. Yeah. You can't live a successful Christian life without prayers.
Without prayer, yeah.
You know, Jesus talked about prayers. He was always praying. The disciples talked about prayers. They were always praying. And we must understand something. It is not only Christians that pray.
That prayer is true.
In fact, the word prayer means to beseech, means to appeal, means to approach. But though we have the way we pray in Jesus' name. They also pray on their own, wherever it is. Now, Nigeria, particularly in Africa, we are the most prayed nation.
Yeah, we pray.
In fact, if you check, almost all ministries now are now having prayer platform, prayer softwares, online, morning prayer, night prayer, whatever it is now. But we are still struggling when it comes to leadership. I mean, you know what is going on in the country. A lot of insecurities, corruption, people dying from medical conditions, you know. Is it that the prayer is not working or we're praying amiss? Or is it that God is not, hearing our prayers?
Okay.
So have we missed prayer somewhere?
Yeah, we have. That's the idea. Praying amiss is the idea. That's the answer to this. You see, prayer in itself has context. It has ways you should use it and how you should pray and all of that. In Christendom, many times we don't get results because we pray for things that we should actually carry out on. I always tell people that, look, God would not do for you what He has empowered you
to do.
for
I
yourself.
love that.
This is why you see that when God gave man the command of dominion, He was not talking to a Christian man. He was talking to a human being. Dominion,
irrespective of whatever you believe.
Dominion was to humanity. That's why you see in Genesis, He said, God created man. He went for that and I said, male and female.
He created them. Yeah.
This means that the concept of Adam was humanity.
Yes.
So he wasn't just talking about a male man. He was talking to humans.
Yes.
Jesus Christ in His incarnated ministry also said that, have you not read in your scriptures that I said ye are gods? He was not talking to His disciples, He was talking to everybody.
Yes. So in context of humanity
at
large.
We have that dominion capacity. So God will not do for you what He has empowered you to do for yourself. So when you pray for certain things that you should do, you most likely will not get.
Can you be specific with examples, please?
Leadership. Praying for good leadership. Well, why prayer is a good factor, it's not the only factor. That's why you see some countries are doing well without necessarily being a Christian nation or being very religious countries.
Like we are.
Because when a right person with the right mentality is in power, trust me, you will do well. Whether you are praying or not. These are the things that God has empowered humanity to do. Dr. Miles Monroe said, a sheep led by a lion would defeat lions that are led by a sheep. He was talking about leadership.
Can you say that again, please?
Yes.
That's so
this
powerful.
Dr. Miles Monroe, I'm quoting Dr. Miles Monroe, right?
Yeah, okay.
He said, when a group of sheep, right?
Yeah.
Led by a lion, battle lions that are led by a sheep. He said that of the sheep led by a lion would defeat lions that are led by a sheep.
The importance of leadership. Wow.
That is humanity.
So powerful,
Humans have that capacity, right? To say, you know what? This person is a good leader. If this person have the characteristics of leadership, they should do it. So as an example, I'm just giving that leadership. You don't pray for good leaders. You install good leaders. Even though you want to pray for them anyways,
for God to keep them alive.
For God to just keep them among of that, but it's not to bring them in. Look at Nigeria, for example, now. We have democracy, we have electioneering. It is our right to get privileges, to actually vote and all of that. So imagine you are praying morning till night for leadership and you can't go out.
You're not going to cast your vote.
You're not going out to cast your vote, especially your franchise. You are praying amiss in that sense.
A lot.
You are praying amiss in that sense.
You are.
And let me just quickly add this, because you made mention of praying in the name of Jesus.
Yes.
Praying in the name of Jesus does not necessarily mean calling the name of Jesus in prayer. Right? It's powerful. It means praying in the understanding of what He has done for you.
Exactly.
It's not by mentioning His name. Even when Jesus Christ said, where two or three are gathered, I'm there in their midst. It's not by saying Jesus is here, Jesus is here, Jesus is here. You can say Jesus is here and he's not there.
And those were post-resurrection truth.
Yeah, those are post-resurrection truth.
Because he's in, like we're here, you have the Spirit of God, I have the Spirit of God. So he's in our midst.
Yes, that's it. He's in our midst. So it's not necessarily by calling his name. So this means that, sorry.
Okay. And the name of Jesus in English is Jesus.
It's Jesus.
But I think in Hebrew, Jesus.
Jesus.
But in French, it could be something else.
It could be something else, exactly.
I think in what you call South America, it should be, I don't know, maybe.
In South America, they speak, Spanish.
Maybe they could say,
so it's Jesus thereabouts.
Jesus, Jesus, the way they call it. So, I mean.
So you see, the name is just a pronunciation. It's the understanding.
The regency.
Yes.
Wow,
that's what's actually. So many times, the problem here is praying amiss, not because God does not answer prayer. Yes. God answers prayers, but praying amiss is the problem. James even told us that, look, if you pray because of your own desires, he said you might not get result.
Exactly.
That's what James told us. He said if you pray because of just your own desire, you might not get result.
Just you're lost.
Yeah, say well, you pray just because of your desire. Say you might not get result. The reason why I'm saying it is because the concept James was trying to push out there is that you can pray and miss.
Exactly.
Not because God did not answer your prayer.
Exactly.
Because of the way you are praying it, it's not right. So in Africa here, in Nigeria, many of our prayers are missed, not because God is not hearing our prayer. It's we not praying it in the right way.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like is this popular one. I used to hear people pray for the leader to die. You know, when late President Warri, oh God, people prayed for him to die. And I'm seeing people also praying for Tinubu to die. I don't pray for Tinubu to die.
I don't even think he will die. God will never answer that prayer. God won't even answer that prayer.
Yes. And you see, Warri lived his life till after his end of his tenure. Yeah. He went to his place and he died, actually. So, talking about praying and miss, that could be one way you could just be praying and miss. And you're not using your PVC.
You're not using your PVC.
I want to say this here to Nigerians and everybody watching. Voting is voting is a culture.
Yes, it should be a
culture. It's not a one attempt.
Yeah.
Like I was talking to some folks recently during this week, and they were like, "Go get your PVC.
Yeah.
That's the weapon. That's the power we have to cause a change." They were like, "In the last election where we voted, what happened? I said because we didn't come out enough." You see, when you have fewer people coming to vote, it is easier for them to rig and manipulate results. So they're telling me that the last vote we vote, what happened? Did our vote count? Like your vote did count. I mean, that should not stop you. So I see a lot of Nigerians have this mentality. Voting is a culture. It's your civic duty, your responsibility. Yes. So I think because these are the mental limitations that holds Nigerians back. And these leaders, they know themselves, so they weaponize this wrong mindset. And there's nothing about fear, where if you come out, they will kill you. I believe in protest. I mean, not a violent protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest. Coming out to hear your grievances against what the government is doing. But in this country, people will say, NSAS, what happened? And I'll say it right here. I felt like NSAS was a point for us to actually get the change we want, but we went back because some few persons were killed.
Yes.
See, anything you're doing in life, if you hit a roadblock, what do? You don't retreat. You push further. So Nigerians, I think maybe mentally, we have not really conquered. But that we went back. Because I can remember when we were small, they'll tell you that I'll call police for you, I'll call army for you. So you see that thing has really mentally ingrained into us. So say police will come outside. So that kind of mentality has actually held, Nigerians back.
Yeah,
so,
it has.
Yeah.
It has, definitely. Let me just cite an example.
Please go ahead, sir.
Protest might not be going on the streets and, carrying placard and all of that.
Yeah.
An example is what happened, many years ago in America, in the state called Alabama.
Yeah.
There's a county there known as Montgomery.
Montgomery, yeah.
After that time, right, blacks were not allowed to sit on a bus just the way the whites sat.
Yeah.
So there was this discrimination. There was this racial discrimination. It was a national thing.
Yeah.
If as a black person you enter a bus and you are seated, if a white person gets on the bus, you have to stand up
for the white person.
And the front row, second rows are kept for the white. So black people were much more relegated. So one woman stood up, a black woman at that time. She said, "I'm not going to stand up today for a white person," and all of that. So they arrested her, and after a while, they came together. The blacks, they came together, and they decided to boycott the public bus.
Buses,
and at that time, Sasili had it that the black people, they made most of the users of those buses. So they boycotted that public bus for, say, a period of 1 year and thereabouts and all of that. And after a while, you will see that because of that action that they took, there was a reverse in such a law, right? Because these people were ready to take the pain and all of that. So what I'm trying to say is that they were able to protest even without going on the street, barricading the road and all of that. They just boycotted the use of the bus and all of that. So the reason for that is that, you see, there are several ways you can address issues. There are ways you can let the government know that, look, we are concerned.
Show your grievances.
Yes, we can express our grievances in different modes, in different ways. And that is just a very good example. And another thing we can learn from this story is that it was spearheaded by Martin Luther King Jr., who was a human rights activist and
Also
he was a pastor. So imagine today, a pastor is leading a person, and some person will be like, oh, a pastor is just supposed to focus in his spiritual,
Exactly.
He's not supposed to be part of that. But
politics,
But you see that these two entities, they can work together.
True.
Yeah, you can be a very good Christian, you can be a religious person, you can be a highly spirited person, and you still work for the progress of your nation. You can still work in politics.
That's leadership.
That's leadership. You can still engage in certain things that brings about God's character in these areas. You understand? So these are lessons we can learn from this story. So
do you think if Martin Luther King had lived long enough, probably he would have run for a political office?
Probably he would have, but even though he didn't, he was able to play a significant role in the political space, in the human rights.
So as a Christian,
all of that.
You believe that we have a role to play in the national building of this country?
Yes, we do have a role to play. In fact, we should be the role models. People should look at us. I have a slogan. You are either influenced or you are influencing.
Influencers,
you can't stand in the middle. Either people are influencing you or you're influencing people. You can't stand in the middle. So as a believer, we have to take a role there. We have to be the one influencing people. We should be the role model, right? We see somebody like Daniel in the Bible. We see somebody like Joseph and all of that. Even though in the New Testament, we don't see the apostles joining political movement and everything. But we must understand that as a believer, you still have a secular life. Secular does not mean carnal. Secular simply means it's out of the church. Right? But it doesn't mean carnal. Me being a paramedic, that's a secular job. It's not a church thing. God did not appear to me to become a medical practitioner. Right? So whatever it is that you can do to get money, that is legitimate. It can be secular and not carnal. So you can do secular things that are not sinful. So even though politics is of a secular leadership role and all of that, believers can get into it and be at the forefront. Lead people, let people know that as a Christian you can lead. And with that, we even have good leadership. Because in that your leadership role, you will not portray the character of Christ.
Of a true leader.
Of a true leader, which will actually influence other people.
Because people are really watching.
People are really watching. Once you become a leader, you're already influential, whether you like it or not. You're already influential, whether you like it or not. So as believers, we should get into those political spaces.
I love when you talk about the secular part. We think the secular is when you're going to carnality, but what is if your philosophy or whatever you do does not affect the day-to-day people's life? Then I think I can call that more carnal. It's more carnal because we've boxed God into just the church.
Just the church.
That's what I love. What Pastor Femi Lazarus is actually doing now.
Yes,
Christians need to come out.
Absolutely.
They will be boxed in one place. There are most persons, they tell you that do not go into politics. They demonize politics. I wanted to talk about that. They demonize politics. That don't go into politics. So it's a dirty game. Politics by the book is not a dirty game, but dirty people play politics.
Absolutely.
Politics is just the art of electing people into offices. Churches play politics. Even in this podcast, we play politics. When I mean politics, we have a way how we put people into leadership positions. So politics is not a dirty game, but dirty people has been playing the game. So people tend to associate the game with the dirty people. So do you think the church have been correct for all these years demonizing politics or restraining people from going to politics?
Okay, plainly, it has been a wrong move to demonize politics. Because like you said, politics is not a dirty game. You just find people dirty people playing the game.
Yeah.
Right? By definition, politics is just the methodology of running a government or an organization.
Exactly.
So in every sphere, there is politics, right? When you look at our church setting today, there is politics.
Of course.
Because there's a structured way in which people are ordained, in which you have leaders and all of that. Even from how the church began from the early times in the Acts and all of that, we won't call it politics, but you see that there was a structure in it.
Yeah, because when you hear politics, they just say, it's bad.
They will just think it's, electing a
They'll
president.
marry it to the bad leadership we have in Africa.
That's the thing. You won't really blame people because of what they've seen, right? When you have, like, I always tell people that humans, we are the ones who build structure. So if you see a set of people who are bad, continuously build a bad structure, that thing itself, even though it's not bad, will not be likened to a bad structure because of the people that are playing it. That's what we have in politics today. So as believers, we should not demonize politics, right? Because politics is just a methodology of running a government or an organization. So we should get into politics and show the world how politics should be done.
Do you think the church are better or will produce better leaders than other religious organization or society? Do you think the church?
Okay, let me put it this way.
Okay.
A Christ-like man would produce or would be a better leader than every other kind of person. Because when you look at a Christ-like man, he's someone who emulates Christ. And you see that Christ in his incarnated ministry, he showed every character of leadership, right? A good character of what a good leader should be. We could see it in the person of Christ. That's why Paul even said that the same mind that was in Christ Jesus, it should
his
be
mind
in us.
be in you,
It should be in us. Because Christ, even though he was God, he made himself low and came down and left his everything in heaven and all of that and came down and showed us humility. While he was on the earth, he went as far as washing the feet of his disciples. Even though now some people want to idolize that stuff, which is not supposed to be so. But he just did that to
feet
show
washing
and all of that. He just did that to show a form of humility and all of that. You see that a Christ-like man would be a better leader. You're not talking about a man who's going to church. A man who is Christ-like would be a better leader.
For the past years, some of the Christians we have had in politics, for example, the past vice president was a pastor. And I think if you go to some states, you have pastors or reverend fathers as governors and some as deputy governors and some as even senators or House of Reps. Now, will you say they've actually led the nation well? Because we are still struggling with the same leadership issues that we have.
We are still struggling. The reason is because they didn't do effective jobs, right?
And why?
The reason is because there was constraint. You see, the way we run politics in Nigeria is that for you to be a candidate, you must come under a party. And each party has a structure. And many times before you get into that position, that structure will tell you what you should do when you get into that position. So coming under some of these structures to get into that position, no matter who you are, is going to limit you.
Constrain you to,
So I will always tell people that even though I clamor for believers to get into the political space, we must find a way to form a group where believers will be more than to just come under an ungodly structure that's already there. For some of these structure, they were not founded to move the nation forward.
They were not inspired by God.
They were not inspired by God.
That's true.
So even though we are going to go into it as believers, we must come under a better structure. So the reason why some of these guys have been limited is because they came under a corrupt structure, right? To be whoever they are or whatever position that they are having.
Oh, what were they thinking before? Were they thinking they're going to change the structure?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Or they went there because they were just masking with the Christianity thing.
It could either be way. I cannot take the exact reason why they took up that role. It could either it could be either of the ways, right? It could be either of the ways. But at the same time, you see, they might think of wanting to change the structure, but there are ways that structure will so much inhibit you that you're not be able to do much. That's why I said that for us to actually have good outcomes, we must flood that space and come under our own structure that is inspired by God.
Because I saw your vice president lately has been going to conferences talking about national building. And I feel like...
You mean the former vice?
Yes, former vice. Sorry, former vice. Sorry. Former vice. Like, you were the vice president for almost 8 years, even if you were under someone we knew was not supposed to rule Nigeria. Yes, we knew was not capable of ruling Nigeria. But you were the vice president. So there were things that were done there that we all knew was wrong. Was not
yeah.
taking this nation to
Yeah.
somewhere better. But you were part of it.
Yeah.
Suddenly you came out and you started giving us prep talks and doing counseling.
Let me just say a little thing about that.
Okay.
Yeah. You see, when you look at the Nigerian sector, right,
Yes.
Nigeria political space and
Yes.
our constitution,
Yes.
there is not so much power given to the vice president.
Yeah, that's true.
Not so
That's
much power
correct.
given to the vice president.
Yes.
In fact, he only steps in when the president is not available.
Mm.
That was why even our current vice president, it's as though he's not even there.
As if the
son of the president is even doing more than him.
It's like he's at the VP.
Yes, because the constitution does not even give him
Recognize him that
does not
much.
recognize him that much. To be fair, it's just his figurehead that whenever the president is not there, he just steps in and all of that.
Yeah.
So I would believe that this was the constraint that the former vice president had, because when you hear him speak, he speaks so eloquently.
Yes,
the man is very fast and
yes.
all of that. He has very good point on how a nation should move, but he had that constraint of the fact that position, the constitution did not give him so much power to do a lot. So
I listened to him the night before the election. I think it was Olamide and some of our musicians.
Yeah.
They went to his house and he was talking to them about a night before the election. I was like, whoa,
Yeah,
this man, maybe this is the really hope. But
He couldn't do
you know,
much.
he couldn't do much.
do much, yeah.
But I love what you said about we as Christians, we need to form groups.
Yes.
That actually is formed. It's formed under the ideology of Christ.
Yes.
Like a Christ-like mentality. So
Yeah.
because it will be difficult for you to say, okay, because I want to get to this position, I have to join these people, knowing that you will be binded by the system there.
Yes, they will
so it is
bound you.
important that as we Christians, we can even form our political
We
parties.
can.
We don't have
And
issues with
register
that
it,
one.
of course.
Yes. So don't demonize politics,
Yeah.
because if you're not involved in the day-to-day running of your country,
You'll be a
they will
victim.
run you like they are running us now.
Yes, we'll be a victim.
And now everybody are now praying to God. You know?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the youth.
Yeah.
When I was young, I'll be hearing that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, are the future of tomorrow. Though we're still waiting for the tomorrow. Now, how do you think the youth can bring in or play a role in good governance,
Yeah.
good governance or good leadership? But before you tell me how, do you think, from your heart, looking at what is going around, do you think the youth, they have the ability to change the present status quo when it comes to politics and leadership?
Well, in Nigeria right now,
yes,
a widespread or quite a number of many youths, I would say they are not really there yet for leadership. Because when you even look at how we run our leadership in very small circles, you see how undiligent many youths are. You see how they really want to boycott, normal processes.
Yes.
They really just want to get it very quick. They want this easy life.
Yes.
I speak to many young persons because personally I hold quite a number of leadership positions. Right?
That's impressive.
I hold lots of. If there's no organization that I'm part of right now that I'm not a leader, so I understand that when you talk to youth about leadership and you see their mindset, you know that before we start to talk about youth getting into leadership at a national level,
yes,
let's talk about the youth having a right mentality
first. Yeah,
about what or who a leader should be. Right. So the mindset matters a lot. Let's start building it from there. Let's start making our youth understand that look, a leader is called to serve, not to be served. Jesus actually made sure this was very prominent in the ministry. He said it clearly. A leader is not to be served, rather to serve.
A leader must lead, must first
serve.
serve.
A leader must first serve. You have to serve. In fact, it is service. Leadership is service and responsibility.
That's just the word.
So if our young people can get that mindset, that is one step.
Yeah.
Then secondly, talk about young people being the leaders of tomorrow. Well, there is always a tomorrow. Even though you and I are old now, we have died. There will be a tomorrow that our young people will have to come and
come in, yes.
Right? And the way Nigeria is now, I think one of the first steps we should take as young people is that we should make sure we are involved in politicking. What that means is that as a young person, get your PVC. Don't just be a social media warrior and just be typing. Get your PVC. Get involved in the process.
Exactly.
That get people into leadership.
Yeah.
Because truth be told, when you look at countries today that are doing way better than us, many of their leaders are not so young people. Think about it. What is the age of the American president? Look at the leaders around the world today. They are not very young people. But you see that there is a track record of where they are coming from. Many of them.
Yeah, right from the youth.
Yes. Look at somebody like Donald Trump. I've read about him and all of that. You see how he had a business, started up and all of that. He started from somewhere and everything. So before we get there, we must be part of the process, right? That gets our leaders into office. And we must also build leadership qualities. For me, there are 2 C's that I use to define leadership. Competence and character. Competence and character. In fact, character stands out. Because no matter how good you are at something, when you don't portray the very good character, you will misuse it. There are people who are there's a word known as evil genius. It means you are good at what you do, but you are using it in a bad way. So character is a very sound and a very prominent part of leadership. So our young persons must understand that character is there, then competence as well. Some people just want to jump into leadership. Let me digress a little bit and give an example.
Go ahead,
We have Yahoo boys in Nigeria right now. People will say, oh, the reason why they have money and many times they don't even use it well because money when you steal, you know if you use and where karma go come against you another.
But what about your politicians?
I'm coming. Let me finish what I'm saying. Why that is a factor. Another thing that is a great factor to all of this is that this person does not have the skill to make and maintain money. He has never seen 100 million naira in his life. He don't even know how to make 1 million naira through a legitimate means. Then he gets 100 million. He hasn't gone through the process. He will not be able to maintain it. So that is how it is with leaders or leadership. So a person who have not been able to manage a small circle, you now want the person to go and manage a whole country.
That's
going
to
have a big problem.
Yeah, it's going to be chaos.
So I'm going to recommend that our young people, they have a change of heart. Get involved in the process that gets your leaders in. Then also build leadership capacities and a character for leadership. That in itself will help us drive because we keep saying young people are the leaders of tomorrow. Tomorrow will come. Or these people, they will die and they will leave. Right? In fact, for some of us that are here, like me and you now, the tomorrow that we're talking about is already now.
You're right.
Now is the tomorrow that we used to talk about. Now be the tomorrow. So the tomorrow is already a present.
Yes.
You understand? So we must get involved in one way or the other through legitimate means anyway. So those are my recommendations in a very small scale because it starts very small. We shouldn't be, just try to aim at the very big things. In our little circles, if we can have good leadership characters and capacities, you see that gradually we'll build into very good leaders in the future or right about now. Anyhow, I
want to use your formula. You said 2 C's, right?
2 C's of
that's how you're able to determine the good, competent leaders.
Yes.
If you use your 2 C's now to measure our present administration, what will you say? I want to calculate for me. Do the mathematics.
It is minus the 2 C's.
Okay.
I would score
they
them.
Don't have the 2 C's,
they don't have anyone.
Seriously.
They don't have anyone. The character, I wouldn't say it is there because a person who cannot be empathetic enough towards those that he's leading, that's not a very good character to portray as a leader. You must feel what your followers are going through. You must put yourself in their shoes. You cannot just come and just blab on TV.
Yes.
Why children are in the bush.
You're talking about sacrifice.
Why people are dying. You're talking about things that do not even relate to what the people are facing.
The matter
That's not a very good character. That's it, right? Then competence. Look at how it is now. Look at the administrative policies that they are rolling out. How is it benefiting? How is it helping? It's not helping us. Use power, for example. Some people say, oh, the government has decentralized power, blah, blah. I told somebody that supports the current government recently, I was like, look, your president or the government, they still have control of the transmission because for electricity to get to your house, it has to be generated, transmitted, then distributed.
True.
Government still holds transmission. That's where the national grid comes into
play. Yeah.
If they manage national grid very well, there's a lot of power that is being generated that cannot get to you because the national grid cannot transmit it to you.
Yeah.
So if they play their role very well out of their capacity and their competence, you see that to an extent, we will experience a little bit of elevation. But right now, it's as though we are going back. We are taking steps back.
Yeah.
So you see that I can tell you that the 2 C's, no one is present. Currently, no one is present.
Me, I only see 2 D's. 2 D's. Okay, now, I think one of the things they've used to shut down the voices of people, or they've weaponized poverty.
Poverty, absolutely.
I love that word. Absolutely.
Yes.
Seriously, they've used poverty to weaponize people. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and he said like he knew someone who actually kind of like praises this present administration because of the office she occupies. Now, how many youths, or not even youth persons, that these leaders will come and dangle fact check before them, and they were like, I'll take your check, but I'll say what I want to see. How many of these persons? It's very difficult.
It's very difficult.
Yeah. So because we need to talk about these things, because poverty is a weapon they are using to shut the mouth of the people.
It's a weapon.
Now, 2 questions. I'm going to ask you 2 questions.
Okay.
One, how can we change our mindsets?
Okay.
Because poverty is a mind.
It's a mindset.
You understand?
Okay.
Because like you talk about some boys, you give them 100 million, they don't have the mental frame or the capacity to be able to maintain that wealth or multiply that wealth.
Yeah.
So one, how can we repent from that mindset? Then 2, how can we economically empower ourselves so that we can say no to these evil advances?
Okay. Yeah, first thing first, I like the fact that I talked about poverty being a mindset and all of that. Well, in as much as poverty is a mindset, it also affects our everyday reality, whether you like it or not.
Yes.
A man who is hungry, he's actually hungry. No matter what you tell him, he's hungry. Reality is hunger. He's hungry. So when a person gives him food at that point, that person is his savior. And he'll be ready to do a lot for that person. So what these guys have done over the years is that they've done what I call the law of deprivation. Is that if you are entitled to 100% of something, and I have consistently given you 10%. The day Mr. Sammy comes and give you 50%, your
loyalty changes.
Yes, you worship Mr. Sammy.
Straight up.
But guess what? You are still not getting the 100% that you...
Exactly. You're still being exploited.
You are still being exploited.
Deprived of what belongs to you.
So they understand this law. That's what they do.
Yes.
Imagine that an oil-rich country like Nigeria, we are supposed to be swimming in wealth.
We still don't pay citizens.
We are not even paying very well. They increased minimum wage to 1.70.
Can you buy a bag of rice?
Can't even do much. But they will tell you that, have they not increased your
data alone for a month? In this present Nigeria, data alone is more than outrage.
I'm telling you. They will tell you, but we've increased your minimum wage and all that. But is that sufficient enough?
It's not.
Is that what I'm entitled to? No. For a country that I'm from, right? So you see that poverty has been weaponized, and the people must find a way to go through some level of discomfort before they're able to stand against them. We'll say, even if we're hungry, we are ready to say no to all this peanut that you give to us. Because a lot of these
bag of rice and 2,500.
I'm telling you. You see that their mindset must be renewed to
because
say
tomorrow
that,
your child might still... Some of those
we've been having this over
some of those
the years
parents, maybe they collect 2,500 and
when their children they
you understand?
So you see, so you see how it is, right? It creates a ripple effect. It starts from depriving the people. Then you cannot come throw crumbs at them and they are worshiping you and all of that. So the people themselves must be able to go through some level of difficulty to say, even though this person offers me so and so, I would refuse while I stand my ground. If you look at Nigeria, there are so many factors as to why we are not able to stand our ground. If we want to talk about them, 2 hours, they will not live here. But yes, poverty is just one of it.
Yes, religion is one
of it. Tribalism is another one.
Yes.
A lot of factors are really making us not being able to stand up and have our ground and say, look, our oppressors, enough is enough. But one of it is also poverty, which we must fight.
Is it number one? To me, it's the strongest.
It's one of the strongest, Yes, it holds so much. It holds so much.
But the Bible says money is a defense.
Money is a defense. It says money, just like wisdom, is a defense. So, yes, it has so much. When people are hungry, in fact, Solomon, the same Solomon in the Proverbs said, the rich will always rule over the poor. They understand this. That's why they will keep the poor, so that they will continuously rule over the poor.
And if you look at it, even these leaders, like you said, they are really weaponizing poverty.
They're weaponizing poverty.
They don't even introduce policies or systems or ideas that will elevate the financial life of the people.
Because it's deliberate.
Now, I'll say this. I was listening to Grace Ofuri on a podcast with Pastor Femi Lazarus.
Yeah.
She said something that got to me. She said one of the ways she's going to really know that Nigeria has found a true leader is not giving them rice or giving them job, or giving them grants or loans is actually changing their mindsets. Because all Nigerians are traumatized.
Yeah, lots of Nigerians are traumatized.
I am telling you, Nigerians are traumatized. One, from insecurity, poverty, religion, ethnicity, marriage, relationship.
I can tell you that Nigerians need therapy.
Education self-join.
Nigerians need therapy. I educate people right now.
If you are, please let us. I mean, share your contact and your.
I just have to say something.
Okay.
I was teaching my students, and I was teaching them dementia.
Yes.
No, dementia is a cognitive impairment,
Exactly.
right? Cognitive impairment problem and all of that. And in the curriculum that I used to teach them, and part of the things that I saw there, they said one of the ways or several ways you know that a dementia patient should stop driving.
Yes.
Is when they made a list of so many things that the person will be attributing.
Yes.
When I looked at that list and I'm like, now this whole thing that Nigerian drivers they do for our road.
I'm telling you.
Over there is dementia, but here is a normal thing.
Normal thing.
And I told myself, I said like, we are traumatized in this country.
Seriously.
The things that we think are normal, they are not normal. And another thing that happens is that when people are traumatized, they tend not to be empathetic. When people are highly traumatized, they tend not to be empathetic. They lose that ability to show love. Go to the market, go to the streets. You see how everybody is.
Red eye.
It's eye for an eye. It's a survival instinct. We just want to survive.
Exactly.
No, I can step on you and not even tell you so. I don't even care whether you are hot or not.
See, resentment, anger.
Yes.
Especially if you do take through this public transportation.
That one there.
Change matter.
Many things. Look at the one that played out in Edo State recently, where somebody was wrongly accused because of the whole change matter. But let's not digress too much. But let's not digress too much.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, right, you see, we must change our mindset as to how we want to approach things like this. But let me profile one solution, is that from our individual homes, our groups, we should start to make young people really see that being a leader, right, is service. Okay?
Yeah.
Being a leader is about service.
Yeah.
And you must understand that it starts from the home, starts from our religious bodies, starts from schools, educational sector, and all of
society.
that. We must start to make people understand that, look, life is not just about money. I saw a post recently where a person said, like, it's so frustrating that right now we are so centered on just making money. I look at it. It's like we are just here to make money and die. So we must start to make young people start to understand that life is beyond just coming to make money and living here.
For purpose, leave that one, Joe. How many Nigerians knows about purpose?
That's the thing now. It goes beyond that. The reason why I'm saying this is because culture must shape how we see leadership.
Exactly. Culture. I love that. Yeah.
It must. Let me give you an example.
I want you to talk about that.
Let me give you an example. I want to start from the family. When you look at the Old Testament, you see how God dealt with families.
Yeah.
He made sure that whatever ordinance that he gave to the parents or the father specifically, they pass it down to the children.
Yes.
It was very specific. God was very specific about it.
Yeah.
In fact, God is very specific about children because most of the things that he will let the parents to know, he wants them to pass it on to their children.
Yeah.
So most of the things that children will end up becoming is as a result of where they are coming from.
Exactly.
I always tell people that the totality of our adulthood is a product of our childhood.
Exactly.
Yes, the totality of our adulthood is a product. We are adults. I define adults as physically matured children because the way you are behaving now, the way you are behaving now, a lot of it is a product of how you were brought up.
Exactly.
Unless along the way, some certain things now begin to alter it, expose information and all of that. But trust me, childhood matters a lot. Let me cite an example.
Yeah.
In Proverbs, there is this popular saying, wisdom is a principal thing. Get wisdom. That get understanding. That's Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7.
Yeah.
Can I tell you that statement was not made by Solomon? It was made by David. If you start reading it from the verse 3, Solomon said, I was my father's son. He now started to list the things that David told him. So that statement was a reported speech.
Yeah.
He was telling us what David told him.
Yes.
So this means that when God asked Solomon, what should I give to you? It was not by mistake that Solomon asked for wisdom. His father told him that wisdom is the principal thing. Get wisdom. In all that get things, get understanding.
Yeah.
So when it was time for God to say, what should I do for you, Solomon?
He quickly think about the most important thing. His father told him.
wisdom.
The principal
Principal
thing.
And the word principal there means first. The first thing.
Yes, exactly.
Principal means first.
Yes.
So he remembered what his father told him. And to go further, the wisdom that Solomon asked was not a wisdom for himself. He said, give me wisdom to know how to
lead your people.
So Solomon asked for wisdom for leadership. So if we are going to build a generation of individuals who are growing up to become good leaders, we start from the home. What are parents telling their children about leadership? How are they defining leadership to them? Is it just to go and get money and come and all of that? No. There is a greater purpose for leadership. There are other things that they should know about leadership. So it starts from the family. Then culture. People form cultures, right?
Yes.
People form cultures. People form cultures.
People form culture, that's true.
Recently, I saw somewhere in the East, the governor started to dismantle some cultural beliefs and all of that. Say masquerade should not be there. And these were the things that they believed were having some spiritual backings.
Yeah.
But a governor has come, is cancelling it.
Yeah,
This gets to tell you that human beings are the ones that actually create culture.
I've been saying this.
Yeah, we create culture.
We hide under this mentality that some of these things or these philosophies or ideologies are actually given to us by some divine beings.
Even though it was given to us by a divine, there's an agreement that you must have with the divine being to actually bring those things into.
I don't think divine beings gives us idea. They only empower.
They empower it.
A mindset that we have.
Let me cite something.
Yeah.
When Jesus Christ said, I give you power that whatever you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven and all of that. That statement is a Jewish phrase because it was in Matthew. You see that it's Matthew. And Matthew was many times written with the Hebrew phrase and all of that. It means whatever you agree.
Yeah, that's the meaning true. You forbid, yes.
So either you agree or forbid. I've given you power to agree to forbid things. So it wasn't talking about casting out demons. No, it was talking about power to agree and to forbid. So you see that we come about forming cultures.
This is why
and creating systems
I love to
for
relate this to
ourselves.
superstition. I was talking to a brother. I said that we're going to have that session on superstition on Royal Podcast.
Yeah.
Because a lot of ideologies we have. That I told them, I said, this is not truly from God. It's just you.
It's you.
So I love what you said. The way you explained the Jewish phrase that Jesus, referenced. So most of our culture or belief that we have heard on, like, hey, this is divine, was actually what some few men came together
to
and
agree
agreed.
On. Yes, they agree on doing this
And
thing.
sometimes they agreed, they had a selfish intention towards that.
Yes.
Maybe we should oppress a certain clan or we should oppress a certain gender so that we can actually, better ourselves or something. For our benefit, I like your benefit.
Yes.
Wow.
So humans form culture.
Yeah.
So in as much as humans are the one that form culture, it simply means that we can alter culture. Simply means that there are ways that we can dismantle it and build up new cultures.
Yes.
And when we begin to do that, you see that the young people that are coming up, that are growing up, they start to absorb it. You don't necessarily teach culture. Culture is absorbed. That's why when children go into a certain environment and they look around, after a while, they start to pick up. Subconsciously, they just start to pick up what people are doing because culture is absorbed. You don't see the many times
even languages.
Yes, even languages.
So you don't teach languages.
You many times don't
just
teach
absorb
it. They just absorb. It's absorbed. So in as much as it is absorbed, so we now that understand this thing should start to practice all of this so that those that are coming will begin to absorb them as a lifestyle for themselves. There's a lot of work to be done, but it is doable. It will take a while, it will take time, but if many of us with this kind of mindsets can come and start to rewire people's mind, transform people's minds, you see that it will form a culture.
Become a culture. I love that.
A culture, and we'll start to live it.
Yeah. You talk about culture.
Yes.
How we can be able to form cultures that will uplift, one's spirit and pushes develop the country, develop the nation. Recently, I was having a conversation with my spirit, myself, about the culture of greatness. And God spoke to me and he said, over the years, and I think I was talking about Nigerian present issue, the governance, leadership problem that we're having and the insecurity stuff. And he said to me, the culture we have about greatness is a false culture. We have actually channeled greatness to money, material possession. And he told me, he said, greatness is about transforming someone's life. And that's why Rewire Podcast was found. I could have probably get into all that kind of podcast and gist, because we love gist, entertainment, glamour, lifestyle.
We like that a lot.
I'm not saying that's bad. Some people can do that. But I think presently, because of the current situation and the emergency or the urgency of these things, we need to rewire people's mind.
Absolutely.
That's why the podcast was formed.
Absolutely.
What we do, we dismantle belief systems, cultures, belief shapes cultures actually, that we know are detrimental to our lives and the development of the country. And what we do, we uphold the light, which is the truth. So over the years, especially in Africa, we've worshipped material things as greatness. Greatness is not about what you have. Greatness is about how much you are able to transform people's lives. That's what greatness, because when you leave this earth, what are you going to be known for?
Yeah.
So I think we should start setting up cultures, true cultures about greatness, about family, relationship, values, and other stuff.
Make us see it from, because like in Nigeria now, if a rich man does something wrong or he says something incorrect, and somebody who's not as rich as him is saying,
so shut up, what do you know?
The correct rich man,
The correct person, what do you know?
What do you know?
Get that?
Because to them, the highest definition of greatness is one who has money.
Exactly.
And they are forgetting that money can also be made illegitimately.
Exactly.
Imagine a person makes money legitimately and is being called a great person. God does
Wealth is not about the money you have.
It's not about the money you have.
Wealth is about the mindset.
Look at Jesus.
Exactly.
Look at the life of Jesus. Did you know that Jesus so much trivialized money to the point that they say, how will I get eternal life? He said, go and sell everything you have and give it to the poor. He trivialized money. Money was not his problem. Even when he commissioned the disciples to go out to preach the gospel, he told them, don't carry anything with you. He trivialized it. Is money good? Of course it is. It's a tool, not an endpoint.
Yes.
Money is a tool and not an endpoint. It's not a target. It's just a tool to drive whatever it is that you have or you want to achieve.
Yeah, when it comes to the culture of greatness, I want to narrow it down to our present leadership in this country. I think what we see as greatness or being a great leader is how much power you have, how much wealth you have. That's why you see politicians, they start changing political parties, cross-carpeting from one party to another. Now, the truth is that I want to say this: if you're really done well as a leader, you will not need to start convincing people to vote for you.
Absolutely.
It is because you are not a great leader. That's why you say, they ask you to come and tell us your manifesto. Don't you know that in the Bible, Peter Ropo, he was talking about in the beginning, there was a sacrifice. Because greatness, you don't have the quality of greatness. You don't.
Yeah.
If you do, we will see it in the lives of citizens. Even when they are going the wrong path, you say, no, as a leader, you are to vision.
Vision.
Yes. No, this is the vision. Lead them to the vision. But because we don't have, that's why you see, oh God, you see politicians moving up and down. You almost have 30 governors under your political party. Why are they there? Are they there because you are a great leader? Because you are doing Nigeria well? No, they are going there because you also patronize. You see my ideology of wealth to amass the wealth. I'm saying this to Nigerian leaders. What are you going to be known for? Some of you some of you became president. You're already billionaires. You already have money.
Absolutely.
What are you looking for? Because you lack the greatness culture. Look at Nelson Mandela, Gandhi, a lot of them. Look at what our brother is doing in Burkina Faso, Traore. Why do you think the foreign countries are fighting him? Because he's trying to free Africans from this bondage.
People from the bondage.
Some of our leaders here are even slaves. They are slaves to this story.
Of course, they are just stooges. They use them as pawns.
It's a pity. How do we get here? How do we go here? How do we go here? Look at the mess we put ourselves in the state of the country, Nigeria.
So there's a whole lot of work to do.
Exactly.
And it has to come from us who are coming up. Because these men that you are saying, they are not going to repent.
No.
They won't repent. We have to be the ones who get there to make those corrections.
Apostle Suleiman said something. He said, forget it. It's their nature not to repent.
Yeah, that's what for real. They wouldn't.
He said they won't repent.
They will not. So it's left for us to rewire the minds of those young persons who are coming. Make them understand that there is a greater picture than this.
Yes.
You are respected when you are able to build societies and communities, not for your personal gain. You mentioned Nelson Mandela. When he died, I was watching where they were giving a rundown of his biography and all of that. He died owning just a 4-bedroom flat in South Africa, as great as he was.
Can you hear that?
So it's not about self. It's about influencing people. Leadership is about influencing people and causing change that are effective for building societies. That's what we should work towards. That is exactly how we should begin to see what leadership is.
That was a man who actually served the jail term for almost 27 years. 27 years. So if he was thinking like our Nigerian leaders,
He wouldn't
like,
want to go that route.
I've suffered. It's time for me to
Yeah,
acquire
it's
all
time
the
for him to
money,
enjoy
all the
all of
women,
that.
you know,
All of
kind of
that.
like that. And I think his prison number today, I think United Nations, I don't know if I think I'm correct, United Nations, they formed an NGO. I think South African government formed an NGO.
Okay, I'm not quite aware of that.
Yes, truth. Yeah, I think South African government formed an NGO with the number of his cell, prison cell.
That. Okay.
That could tell you how great
he was.
He was.
Yeah. That's leadership.
That's leadership,
It's about
truly.
your
You
people,
know,
not
leadership.
yourself. It's about your people.
Okay, sir. It is well.
Well, it is well. I don't know. For some reasons, I think Nigerians have abused that sentence.
You think so?
Yes, because many times they don't say it out of having faith. They say it out of, I'm not getting on, I want to talk.
Any which way now way.
Any which way now way. So
He
many
Sarah,
times,
Sarah, what would be?
so many times when Nigerians tell me it is well, I say, calm down. Let's
Or they
face
say by God's
reality.
grace.
Let's face
By God's
reality.
grace, like, let's not do anything.
Let's not just say by God's
What will be will be.
Why these things in itself, they are correct and they are cool, right? It has
Exactly.
many times been abused and used out of context. So it
Exactly.
is well by the grace of God. Anyways.
It is well.
But
Yeah, we
should
hope
do what we
for
have to
a better country, a better nation, a better continent.
Yes, absolutely.
And a better world.
Yeah.
Now, anything for Nigerians?
Well,
anything for Nigeria when it comes to reconstructing or engineering our minds when it comes to leadership, politics, and oneness together, and especially the youth. Any word for them?
Well, the only thing I have to say is that as a young person, you have to build leadership skills, because leadership is not about having titles. It's about influencing the lives of persons who are looking up to you. So I'll bring this down to our very current situation. Nigeria is at the time where we are thinking of changing leadership and all of that. As a young person, do you have your PVC? Are you ready to exercise your franchise by voting? I'm asking the question. I'm going to answer that question. You should have your PVC. You should exercise your franchise and vote in the next coming election. And you should make sure you build up leadership capacities, because only that will ensure that we have a greater future for ourselves. We don't want to end up telling our children stories some years from now that, oh, this was that and all of that.
Yeah.
We must end up saying that, look, I was part of those who caused a change in my time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Nicky J, for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
For words of wisdom. You know, I love when you talked about Solomon, the most principal thing.
Yeah.
Is wisdom, and he took that from his father. Thank you so much. So I think there are a lot of wisdom in this episode that we can actually take from. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for having me.
God bless you. Okay, now this is the end of the show, and please subscribe, like, comment on this episode, on our other previous episode. Your subscription helps the algorithm to push our videos to more persons, and the more persons we are able to reach, the more minds we transform, and the more brains we can bring on the podcast. In Royal Podcast, it's all about proper mind transformation. So I'm your host, Sam Speaks, and it's goodbye for me. Stay safe.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hey, Niger! Look at your neighbor, say, neighbor! What's up for tonight, the sweet pass? What's up for tonight, where my people? What's up for tonight, you can come down. What's up for tonight, the sweet pass? Say, what's up for tonight, the sweet pass? What's up for tonight, the sweet pass? What's up for, receive a song. You say, Jesus, you too much. What you've done in my life? What you've done in my life, I can't imagine. Jesus, you too much. Jesus, you too much. I get your whistle loose, I get your whistle loose. When I think of, Jesus. When I think of where you brought me from, Jesus. Jump, jump, jump. We're gonna kick up some good breaking heat. Everybody, let me hear you scream. Are you ready? Let me jump.
Roots on. Don't get tired. Everybody, let me feel. Everybody, let me feel. Everybody, let me feel. Gaga, gaga, gaga.
Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network. This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hello and welcome to TVM's Metro Update. We are broadcasting live from our studio in Warri, Delta State. I am Tejiri Ekewe and these are the news making the rounds this hour. The Delta State Governor has sworn in 2 new commissioners into the State Executive Council, alongside 4 new members of the Delta State Oil Producing Areas Development Commission Governing Board and the Judicial Service Commission. The swearing-in ceremony took place at Government House in Asaba. Our correspondent reports.
2 new commissioners, Brave Enode and Ogodo Emokinovu, were inaugurated to replace commissioners who resigned to contest forthcoming state assembly elections. Also sworn in was Cosmos Igbinije, who joins the Desupadec governing board to fill a vacancy created by another resignation linked to the same elections. 3 others, Joseph Ojobo, Chief James Obiowe, and Fonebe Edonyabo, were inaugurated as members of the Judicial Service Commission, filling positions that had remained vacant for several years. Addressing the appointees, the governor said the appointments were based on fairness, competence, and integrity.
One of the things we promised Deltas is inclusive governance, and we will continue to do everything within our power to uphold that principle. I expect that these new members, together with other statutory members of the Commission, ably led by the Chief Judge of Delta State, will discharge their duties credibly, in good conscience, and with the fear of God. I assure you and all Deltans that this administration is committed to partnering with the judiciary to making our justice sector a model for other states to emulate.
Responding on behalf of the newly sworn-in officials, Commissioner Brave Enode expressed appreciation for the confidence reposed in them and pledged that they will not disappoint in the discharge of their duties. The 2 commissioners are expected to assume office immediately after the governor assigns them their respective portfolios.
Still in Delta State's governor says preparations are in top gear for its forthcoming economic and investment summit, announcing that the state is ready to welcome investors from across the globe. With abundant opportunities in agriculture, energy, solid minerals, manufacturing, the blue economy, and digital innovation. The chairman of the summit organizing committee, Dr. Kingsley Emu, speaking during a media briefing in Asaba on Wednesday, said Delta's strong economic fundamentals and investor-friendly environment position it as one of Nigeria's most attractive investment destinations. Dr. Kingsley Emu, who is the secretary to the Delta State government, disclosed that Delta is currently Nigeria's second largest state economy and has significantly diverse beyond crude oil. Dr. Emu noted that while oil contributes 28.3% of the state's gross domestic product, the non-oil sector accounts for 71.43%, driven by agriculture, real estate, trade, and manufacturing. He added that despite Delta State contributing about 30% of Nigeria's oil exports, the state was deliberately promoting sectors capable of creating massive employment for its over 6.2 million population, about 60% of whom are youths. The SSG said Delta also ranked among Nigeria's least poor states with a multidimensional poverty rate of 47%, significantly lower than the national average of 63%, reflecting improvements in education, healthcare, and living standards. Dr. Emu explained that the forthcoming summit would showcase 7 major investment sectors, including agribusiness and livestock, solid minerals and mining, energy, digital economy and innovation, blue economy, transport infrastructure, and manufacturing. He highlighted Delta's enormous agricultural potential, noting that the state occupies about 18,050 square kilometers, comprising 60% land and 40% water, making it ideal for large-scale agriculture, aquaculture, and fisheries. According to him, the state has one of the highest concentrations of fish farms in West Africa, particularly around the Ekpa and Egbokodo axis. While its 163-kilometer coastline provides enormous opportunities for commercial fishing and marine businesses. The SSG said The Governor Oboriwori's administration had constructed and rehabilitated over 23,000 kilometer lengths of roads and 1,750 kilometers width of those roads, alongside more than 20 bridges, opening up rural communities, reducing travel time, and improving access to markets and industrial clusters. Road users and residents around Refinery Road in Efrun are calling on the government to fix the deteriorating road, which has become increasingly dangerous during rainy season. Deep potholes now scar large stretches of the road, with heavy rainfall filling them with water and making navigation extremely hazardous for motorists, keke operators, and pedestrians alike. Our correspondent, Adeze, has the report.
Refinery Road in Efru, once a key arterial routine connecting residents, traders and commuters to major destinations within the city, has become a shadow of what it used to be. What greets motorists and pedestrians today is a stretch of road riddled with deep potholes. During dry season, the road is a challenge. But with the rainy season now in full force, the situation has become significantly worse. The major bad spot stretches from Akko Avenue to the Refinery Market.
This is very, very, very bad.
Motorcyclists and keke operators, who form a large part of the daily traffic on the road, face the highest risk, often swerving dangerously to avoid the worst spots.
From A to J, that is from Refinery Junction to NNPC. Nothing good about the road. And we are pleading that the government to come to our aid to put more effort to bring it back to the way it is before. If not, from July to August, people will not be able to pass through that road again.
This is very, very, very bad. Anytime that the rain fall, my keke just up on the water. I know people work for Refinery Roads. Would they try to governor know what you are going to about to Refinery Roads? There are many people not allowed to work for Refinery because the road is very bad. Some motor that people pass, just some when rain fall, everybody they take one way, and then the one way is very risky.
The residents are calling on the government for immediate actions.
Serious concern for us, and I'm really begging the federal, both the federal and the state government, for them to look into it, because just imagine the road, and this road can lead to a very serious disaster, can lead to accidents and so many stuff. A lot of people are complaining seriously, and this road has been like this for a very long period of time now. So I'm really begging for the government to do something about it.
The government should look into the way that using the road so that they can come and do some maintenance before the dry season. Because this particular time, I know that they cannot do any job concerning the road again because it's raining period. So when the dry season comes, the government should come and do the road, and at the same time make sure they open the gutter so that the gutter can be flowing to the river area.
As the rainy season continues, every downpour adds another layer of damage to an already broken road. And for the thousands of residents, traders and commuters who have no choice but to use it every day, relief cannot come soon enough. Adeze Thompson, reporting for TVM.
Still in Delta State, operatives of the Delta State Police Command have foiled a suspected cult initiation ceremony allegedly organized by members of the Black Axe Confraternity in a forest within Orogun Community, Ugele North Local Government Area. The Police Public Relations Officer, SP Bright Edafi, confirmed that the operation, which took place in the early hours of Sunday, July 19, 2026, was based on credible intelligence. On citing the operatives, the suspected cultists opened fire but were repelled, forcing them to flee into adjoining forest along Abraka axis. A search of the area led to the recovery of one pump-action gun, one cut-to-size double-barrel gun, 7 live cartridges, 2 expended cartridges, 7 vehicles, 6 mobile phones, suspected cult regalia, and other personal effects. The Commissioner of Police, CP Yemi Oyeniyi, commended the operatives for their professionalism and reaffirmed the command's commitment to intelligence-led policing and fight against cultism. He also urged residents to continue providing timely and credible information to security agencies. Away from Delta State, the Edo State government has announced full accreditation of residency programs at Edo State University Teaching Hospital, Auchi, following an assessment by Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. Governor Monday Okpebholo's special advisor on media, Mr. Fred Itua, stated that the accreditation covers the Faculty of Internal Medicine, the Faculty of Pediatrics, the Faculty of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and the Faculty of Radiology. The development ends a 15-year struggle for full accreditation of the hospital's training programs. Governor Okpebholo described the accreditation as a milestone in his administration's health reforms, affirming that it would curb medical tourism and retain medical talent in the states. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Oshomole, attributed the achievement to the governor's commitment to improving the health sector. The Chief Medical Director of the hospital, Dr. Solomon Akieru, called for continued investment in infrastructure and staffing to sustain the gains. From Cross River State comes this report that the Cross River State Governor, Basi Otu, has approved the recruitment of 40 additional medical doctors to strengthen healthcare services across the state's 17 public hospitals. The state says recruitment will include 20 medical officers, 10 senior medical officers, and 10 consultant medical specialists. Vacancies will soon be advertised, while the Cross River State Service Commission will oversee the exercise. Successful applicants will benefit from the recently approved 100% consolidated medical salary structure, known as COMIS. Officials say the improved welfare package is designed to attract and retain qualified doctors in the public health system. The government says the new recruitment will increase staffing across its hospitals, improve access to quality healthcare, and support ongoing efforts to strengthen healthcare delivery throughout Cross River State. The Cross River State House of Assembly has passed for second reading a bill seeking to prohibit same-sex marriages and civil unions in the states. The proposed legislation, which was sponsored by the member representing Boki Second State Constituency, Right Honorable Hilary Ekpang Bisong, gained tremendous support from supporters with 10 other legislators co-sponsoring the bill. In different segments of the bill, it seeks to prohibit the practice, recognition, and solemnization of same-sex marriages and civil unions, including those contracted outside the shores of Cross River State or Nigeria. It also provided that only marriages between a man and a woman should be recognized as valid under the proposed law, while prescribing penalties for persons who either contract or promote or facilitate such unions. In his remarks, the Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Elvat Ayambem, said the Assembly has both constitutional and moral responsibility to safeguard and preserve the rights of marriage as recognized by the laws, customs, and traditions of the states. He maintained that marriage remains a union between a man and a woman, stressing that the House would continue to enact laws that reflect collective values of the people of Cross River States. Academic activities are set to resume across all campuses of the University of Cross River State, following the immediate suspension of nearly 2-month-old strike by officials of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Unicross branch. The industrial action, which began on May 19, 2026, over unresolved welfare issues, and the non-implementation of various agreements was suspended after the intervention of Governor Bassi Otu, bringing relief to thousands of students. ASU officials said the resolutions was met following a series of engagements between the representatives of the state government and the union, which resulted into the inauguration of 7-member technical committee to review staff welfare as directed by the state governors, Senator Bassi Otu. It will be recalled just that a week ago, the governor had earlier met with the university management and executive of the Students' Government Union with an assurance of transforming the institution into a citadel of learning environment for students as well as formidable working environment for staff members. On his part, the special advisor to the governor on student affairs, Joseph Kelvin Enyam, thanked the governor Otu for fulfilling his promise to resolve the crisis, which he said is fair overall benefits of the students. Moving over to Abia State, Governor Alex Oti has stated that his administration is working to revitalize the Akwete weaving industry, proposing a partnership with the First Lady to establish a world-class production hub for local weavers. Speaking during a visit by the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, to the Akwete Weaving Cooperative Society, Oti said the administration has developed a comprehensive plan to modernize the industry and remove long-standing barriers in its growth. The First Lady, who was conferred with a chieftaincy title, announced a 2 billion naira donation towards the revitalization of the industry and pledged to promote the locally woven fabric. She said she would wear Akwete fabric if her husband is re-elected. Governor Oti also commended President Tinubu's economic reforms and appealed to Nigerians to remain patient, expressing confidence that the benefits would become more evident over time. The Ebonyi State government has intensified enforcement of its ban on graduation, valedictory, and prize-giving ceremonies by deploying more than 106 surveillance and security personnel across the state's 13 local government areas. The Commissioner for Primary and Secondary Education, Donatus Eyang, directed the monitoring team to enforce the government's directive without compromise, warning that schools found violating the ban would face strict sanctions. The commissioner said the ministry is investigating more than 158 schools accused of breaching the policy. He added that principals, head teachers, and proprietors who failed to refund graduation levies collected from parents could face disciplinary action. School administrators have also been warned against moving graduation ceremonies to church premises to evade the ban. The government says only authorized ministry officials and designated security personnel are permitted to enforce the directive. The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NISA, has placed 17 states on medium flood alert and is urging residents in vulnerable communities to evacuate immediately over the risk of localized flooding between July 21st and July 27th. NISA says rising water levels at key river monitoring stations have exceeded warning thresholds, increasing the likelihood of flooding along major river channels and floodplains. The agency identified Bauchi, Edo, Imo, Kaduna, Plateau, and Benue among the affected states. The agency warned that thousands of communities, schools, health facilities, markets, and farmlands could be impacted if water levels continue to rise. It has directed emergency agencies and state governments to begin evacuations and pre-position relief materials in vulnerable areas. NISA also urged community leaders and residents to activate local early warning systems, move valuable and livestock to safer locations, and remain alert as authorities continue to monitor river levels across the country. The Federal Road Safety Corps has impounded 39 vehicles in Kebbi State during a special enforcement operation aimed at improving road safety and reducing traffic violation. The Kebbi Sector Commander, Rukaya Zakaria, said the operation began on July 20 and is carried out across the Command's 7 operational units. She said the exercise targets offenses including overloading, mixed loading, tire violation, and road hazards. The FRSC said the enforcement drive is being conducted in collaboration with the Nigeria Police Force and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps as part of a nationwide intervention to improve compliance with traffic regulations. Zakaria urged motorists to obey traffic laws, avoid speeding and overloading, and ensure their vehicles are roadworthy to help reduce road crashes and protect lives. The Adamawa State Police Command has arrested a suspect, Abubakar Musa, over alleged killing of 30-year-old Nathaniel Yusuf in Jambutu Ward, Yola North Local Government area. Police say the arrest followed a report by the victim's sister, Grace Yusuf. Officers responded to the scene, rescued the victim, and rushed him to the specialist hospital in Jimeta, where he later died while receiving treatment. Preliminary investigations indicate the victim sustained severe injuries, including fractures to both legs, his right hand, and multiple head injuries after he was allegedly assaulted with a stick. The suspect was arrested at the scene. The Commissioner of Police, Kabiru Umar Hassan, directed the state's Criminal Investigation Department to take over for further investigation and prosecution. Police say the victim's body has been deposited for an autopsy while investigations continue. The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has detained 4 officers for allegedly extorting 53,000 naira from the chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, Dr. Musa Aliyu. FCT Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi, stated that the officers abandoned their duty post, set up an illegal checkpoint at the Banex area of Wuse, and extorted the ICPC chairman without knowing his identity. They reportedly forced him to withdraw the cash via point of sale terminal. The commissioner described the officers as criminals and said they would face dismissal and prosecution. The officers were arrested after being declared wanted. Sanusi reiterated the Inspector General of Police's directive prohibiting officers from searching citizens' mobile phones at checkpoints. A retired Assistant Director to the Department of State Services, Dennis Amatri, has claimed that former military head of state, General Sani Abacha, died during an intimate encounter in June 1998, dismissing long-standing claims that he was poisoned or assassinated. Amatri made the claim in his newly released memoir, DSS at 40, My Journey Behind the Shield, where he said Abacha suffered a cardiac arrest inside the Aso Rock Presidential Villa guest house. He also claimed a woman who was with the late ruler was later traced and questioned by the DSS. The retired intelligence officer said in his account, based on the investigation conducted after Abacha's death, and argued that the conspiracy theories linking the former military leader's death to poisoning or foreign involvement were not supported by evidence. Amatri said his account is intended to provide what he described as a factual record of the events surrounding Abacha's death and to encourage greater historical accuracy over one of Nigeria's most debated political episodes. We go on a quick break. Metro Updates returns shortly. Please stay tuned.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speedboats. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Welcome back from that quick break. We continue with more news. Now, over in business news, Nigeria has dropped to the 90th position in the latest passport index, with holders of the Nigerian passport able to travel to 44 destinations without obtaining a visa in advance. The July 2026 ranking compiled by Henley and Partners using International Air Transport Association data assessed 199 passports based on the number of destinations accessible without a prior visa. Nigeria slipped one place from its April 2026 ranking, although its visa-free access remained unchanged. Among African countries, South Africa retained the continent's strongest passport with visa-free access to 101 destinations. Botswana, Morocco, Kenya, and Ghana also ranked ahead of Nigeria, which shares 90th position with the Democratic Republic of Congo and Turkmenistan. Globally, Singapore retained the world's most powerful passport with access to 192 destinations, while Afghanistan remained at the bottom of the index with visa-free access to just 22 destinations. The Naira recorded a slight gain against the United States dollar at the official foreign exchange market, according to figures released by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The official exchange rate stood at 1,375 naira 30 kobo to the dollar on July 21st, improving from 1,380 naira 10 kobo recorded a day earlier. The report also stated that the dollar traded at about 1,319 naira in the parallel markets, despite the central bank's unified foreign exchange policy introduced in 2023. The Apex Bank maintains that all foreign exchange transactions are conducted through the investors and exporters window under a willing buyer, willing seller framework, with the exchange rates determined by market forces. The Central Bank of Nigeria says it's open to domiciliary accounts linked to the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council on the directive of the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, but insists the accounts were never funded or operated. The disclosure was made by the CBN's Director of Banking Services, Abdullahi Hamisu, during a House of Representatives investigation into the legal status, operations, and budgetary allocations of the controversial council. Hamisu told lawmakers that the bank received a formal directive from the Office of the Accountant General in July 2025 to open one United States dollar account and one British pound sterling account. He said both accounts remained dormant and recorded no financial transactions. The revelation comes amid conflicting claims over the existence of the PFIPC, with the presidency insisting the council does not exist under Tinubu administration. While lawmakers continue investigating its operations and the 1.3 billion naira allocated to it in the 2026 budget. The International Monetary Fund has warned that sub-Saharan Africa could miss out on the economic benefits of artificial intelligence unless governments address major gaps in electricity supply, internet access, and digital skills. In a new report, the IMF said wider AI adoption could increase the region's economic output by about 4% over the next decade. However, under current conditions, productivity gains would remain limited because of weak infrastructure, poor connectivity, and a shortage of skilled workers. The fund said unreliable electricity, low internet penetration, and limited enrollment in science and technology programs continue to hinder AI readiness across the region. It's noted that investment in AI infrastructure is growing, citing major projects in Kenya and the partnership involving Nigeria and other African countries. The IMF identified Nigeria, South Africa, and Mauritius, and Botswana and Namibia as countries with strong potential to benefit from AI, but stressed that sustained investment in power, broadband, education, and innovation is essential to prevent Africa from falling further behind in the global AI race. The Nigeria Ports Authority has announced that 26 cargo vessels carrying petroleum products, food items, and other commodities are expected to arrive at Apapa, Tinkan Island, and Lekki Deep Sea Port in Lagos between July 21st and July 26th. According to the NPA's daily shipping position, 11 of the incoming vessels are laden with containers transporting assorted goods. The remaining 15 ships are expected to deliver bulk urea, petrol, crude oil, diesel, aviation fuel, bulk wheat, fresh fish, trucks, and general cargo. The authorities also revealed that 16 ships have already arrived at 3 ports and are waiting berthing, while 25 ships are currently discharging cargoes, including bulk wheat containers, petrol, diesel, and crude oil. In related developments, NNPC retail outlets have increased the pump price of petrol to 1,270 naira per litre from 1,155 per litre in Abuja and environs. Now over in entertainment news, veteran Hollywood actor Hank Anuku has spoken out following a viral video showing him undergoing a deliverance session, attributing his recent struggles to the death of his partner. In an interview, Anuku stated that the loss deeply affected his life, leading to a period of distress. He confirmed that he sought spiritual intervention to help him cope with the emotional burden. The actor, who has been in the industry for over 2 decades, expressed gratitude for the public's concern and support. He also assured fans that he is receiving the necessary care. Anuku called for privacy as he continues to heal from the personal tragedy. In the world of sports, Barcelona and Spain star Lamine Yamal has been ranked among the youngest players to win a FIFA World Cup following Spain's triumph in the 2026 tournament. Yamal, aged 19 years, is ranked among the top 5 youngest World Cup winners, behind legends including Pele, Ronaldo Nazario, and Giuseppe Bergomi. His achievement has drawn widespread praise as he cements his place in football history. And that wraps up Metro Updates. You can follow us on all our social media platforms, like, share, and subscribe. You can also watch us on the go via TVM's app available on Google Play Store. I am Tejiri Ekewe. Thanks for watching. Do have a great day ahead of you.